Real Life Trading Pre-Market Day Trading Show. You're listening to the Real Life Trading Pre-Market Day Trading Show.
Good morning, everybody. How is it going? This is Jonny Guarco, and this is the RLT pre-market show. What is going on, everybody out there in trader land? Simon, how you doing, man? Simon, did I see you like just crush a Tesla trade yesterday? Was that you, man? If that was you, that was an unbelievable trade, man. You are a professional trader, faux show. How is it going, everybody? So excited to be here on this Aloha Friday. Thank you, Albert, for recognizing that it's Aloha Friday. Corby, what's going on? Hola, back to you, my brother. Shelly, how you doing? Paul, hui. Is that hoi? They say hoi out here in Hawaii. Steve, how you doing, man? What's going on? Ian, is it Ian or Ian? I'm terrible at spelling of names. So if I misspeak and call somebody something other than their name, please forgive me. That's up front from Spain. Man, you got to go check out, do you know our buddy Dean Bradshaw? He is in Spain, and he is in charge of Real Life Trading UK. He's from UK. Go check him out, man. Become friends with that guy. I got to come visit you in Spain sometime. I already told Dean I'm coming over there. Doug is out in Hawaii, everybody, on vacation. And man, I don't know how this guy does it. He's out there having a great time with his family, and he's crushing life. He's crushing the markets, and he's here with us today. Douglas, what is going on, my brother? How you doing? Deepak, how you doing? Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Simon, you'll get it back, man. You'll crush it. You'll crush it. Whew, yeah, welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Paul is saying, hoi is a Dutch ha-ha. All right. I'll be going hoi probably a lot today. Heather, how you doing? Hope all is well. Kind of pronounced Ian. Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Trying to keep up with the chat pane. Steve said Jeremy was pumping me up last night, former Marine. Benching like an animal. God bless. Thank you for your service. That's just like Jeremy, pumping everybody up. But thank you. Yeah, getting a little bit of bumps and bruises in my olden days, but still trying to go at it. All right. Yes, another Aloha Day in paradise. Ron, what is up, man? Thank you for joining us today. Hey, man, I'm having a hard time keeping up with this chat page, but hey, I'm so happy when Ron is in the house, everybody. Oof, we got the A+ team as usual. All right, thanks for joining us, Ron. It's Dutch hello, not haha. Okay, got it. Lucien, what's going on, my friends? Ron saying a pump and dump. I'm thinking about the same. Steve is saying hoi or haha. Now I'm going to get them mixed up. Rock Forward, ladies and gentlemen, in the house live. Rock is here. We have nothing to worry about. Shelly says, I'm in Hawaii. Yes, don't be jealous. Just come out here and visit. Come on out. We need you to come out here. We'll do some talking, some trading, and some cruising on the beach. All right, we should look at some markets, don't you think? Anyway, we are live on YouTube. So welcome to everybody in YouTube land. I think I'm just going to let the YouTube live roll right through until maybe I get off the mic. So we'll leave that. Tony Pollock will be here in a couple hours. Is that a couple hours? That's like 3 hours. Whew, everybody get your coffee, your water, and everything else. But yeah, welcome. We're in our free week, Real Life Trading. If you're not a member yet, come join us. Come to reallifetrading.com. Today's the last day of free week, but we got some great deals out there. Come check us out. Let me know if you got any questions. You can always hit me up at Jonny, Jonny, at reallifetrading.com. Thank you for your public service announcement. Martine just signed up. Whew, that is so awesome. We are so excited to have you here on our team. Let's do this, Martine. Let's do it. All right. What are we doing? All right. That's exciting, man. All right. So this week we're kind of just hanging out, man. What are we doing here? Which way are we going? An Elliott wave theorist could say that maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5 come on back down. We still, if you have been following me, you're probably sick of hearing me talk about all these gaps that we filled. Y'all thought I was crazy, didn't you? We talked about these gaps and I said, they're going to get filled probably, most of them anyway. And I don't see any more orange lines on my chart here. We got all them gaps filled. I told you all the SPY likes to fill them gaps. You just weren't listening to me. Anyway, we'd still, oh, there you go. That's a little scary. We got one more major gap, maybe. I have found a gap or two maybe on the SPY that has never gotten filled, but that's kind of a hellacious movement on down. Let's go see. I think that's about 30%, maybe more, something like that, maybe less. Let's go check it out. Let's see what it is. We checked it out the other day. So you can see that's really only about a 16.5% pullback correction. What's down there on the monthly? I get so confused. See that 100, that bugger down there, that's what concerns me down on the weekly. So very, very feasible to come down there. Look at that. We haven't hit it since May of 20. I'm an optimist. It's eventually going to go back up. So no big deal, right? We got that 20 down there on the monthly. So yeah, I think we may have some room to come on down a little bit more. I got to catch up to the check pane because I saw somebody wrote me a note. Nancy Joe says, good morning. First time listening to me. Wow. Welcome to the A+ team, Nancy. We'd love to have you here. Wish I had heard about RLT before my son returned to CONUS. He was stationed at Pearl Harbor. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Well, you're still going to have to come back out here and visit. So, man, that was awesome. I'm sure he had a great time out here. Hope he did anyway. What a great place to be stationed. I was stationed out here too. Oh my goodness. Look who we got in the house. We have Johnny Axe, Greg Gilbert, Johnny Bragg. What is going on, gentlemen? How you doing? There's my brother from another devil dog in the house, another United States Marine, previous to now. We never call us former Marines. Once we're a Marine, we're always a Marine. It's in our blood. But Gregory Gilbert, another devil dog in the house. Johnny, love having you here, brother, man. So excited when you're here. Let's do this today, Johnny Axe. All right, back to the charts. Chris, brand new Air Force. All right, Chris. Congratulations, Chris, man. Whew, you're in the right place, Bo. Yeah, pumped, man. I got goosebumps now. Where are you stationed at, Chris? Love my military folks. Let's do it, man. Dover. What a beautiful place, man. What a beautiful place. Come on out here to Hickam, man. Put that dream sheet. C5 heaven. Yes, sir. Yes, indeedy. Got some, we got C5s flying in here at Hickam. Come on down here. Bring it on over here after you do that Dover thing. All right, I got to quit messing around, man. I got to get serious one of these days. Cat, first time Cat. I got to say hello and congratulations to all these first time folks that are in the room. Oh man, you know, I'm obviously biased, but ask anybody else who has been here more than a day or two. This is the right community to be. Ask, there you go, Greg, tell Kat. Kat, I'm sorry, I assumed I said her, but I don't know whether Kat is a male or female, or so my bust. But anyway, Greg, tell Kat how awesome it is to be here. Yes, indeedy. Matt Torres knows. Morning. All right. Q's. I got to get back to work. Let's put it on the daily. Y'all chat. You RLT. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cat. Got you, Ms. Cat. Yeah, we're kind of just hanging out also in the Q's, on the Q's. We got this hammer, you know, earlier in the week with that nice volume, just like the SPY. So everybody's waiting, contemplating on a bust out here. But anyway, we'll see what's going on. I like to check out the futures, usually in the morning, just to check out kind of what happened overnight. I go here, go mess around. So you can see overnight, this is the futures on the S&P 500 minis. Kind of came on down. We're down now, kind of in a support area right now. So, you know, we've been going that sideways thing most of the week, but we're down here a little bit of support that's building up during the week. So we'll see what happens here. The Q's, and sorry about my snotty, sniffly nose, maybe too much information, but yeah, got some allergies going on maybe. That beautiful Hawaii jungle that's in my backyard is getting to my snout. So yeah, the Q's, E-minis coming down a little bit, now bouncing up. So let's go take a look at our stocks that we trade, our 6 stocks that we're going to bang out of the park. All right. So, you know, we're trading our 10 EMA strategy, right? So right now you can see pre-market, we are up above. Wow, man. Apple's kind of been all over the place. It was down here earlier this morning when I looked. So now Apple is above the high of yesterday, this green line. So we're actually cleared to trade Apple right off the bat. All right. This 10 EMA strategy, what Jeremy has written down in the strategy, and I agree with him, is it really works best after kind of things have settled a little bit, usually after the first hour. But now we got clear sailing on Apple. We do have a bunch of these EMAs here in the way. We got a little bit of resistance. Sometimes I throw out that French accent. It's either the French accent or the Southern. Sometimes I'll throw the Southern accent, but usually when I start talking about the resistance, I try to throw out a little bit of French accent. I don't know what's wrong with me. It just comes on out. Anyway, yeah, we're right. We got to keep an eye on that. Y'all remind me. Let me know whether Apple. We'll look at it when the market opens. What time is it, by the way? I got to get my my act here going. We got 4:14 and 25 seconds here in Hawaii. So anyway, Mark, what our strategy says, because we have a strategy and we have a plan that's written out, and we follow that plan to the T, hopefully, so we don't mess things up. The strategy says, our back trading said, hey, if it gaps above the high of the previous day, then we're clear sailing to trade it. And because in this case, this is a gap and go, right? We had a bearish day on what is today? Today's Friday, yeah. We had a bearish day. Oops, sorry, I got to move my Slack out of the way. Let me do that real quick. We had a bearish day yesterday, and now we have a gap up. That's a gap and go, and it's clearing the high of yesterday. That's what our plan says. So hope that makes sense. Hope that answers your question. Gap and go causing a lot of emotion, right? You had a bunch of people kind of selling off here, right? Thinking maybe going short, and now you have a gap up, which is going to make them say, holy cow, maybe they might have their stops up here, and they might have to buy to close their position, right? And if these guys here have to buy to close their position, then that's going to cause some volume, and that's going to make the stock go up. Hope that's making sense. If that's not making sense, you got to go check out our video. We have our real life trading YouTube channel. Go check out what are gaps, or what are the four types of gaps. So yeah. Still early though yet. It might come down. So anyway, these green tickers are the ones that we can trade right away. So let's go look at NVIDIA. I'm going to go back and look at these on the 3-minute chart. There are so many things to do, man, in this strategy. I got to keep on my toes, my P's and Q's, make sure I'm doing this strategy right, because this is a pretty new strategy. We actually just started trading this, so everybody's just getting used to it. Little bumps, little bruise on the way here and there, but yeah. All right. So NVIDIA, you can see green lines. It's within that green line. So the strategy says we got to wait. We got to wait at least right now for 20 minutes. We might have to wait an hour until it breaks out of that green line. So yeah, man. If you guys, Mark, if you're just getting used to this strategy, we're going to walk and talk through it. That's what the beginner room is all about. So throw out questions, whatever you need, make sure we get those things answered. You can also go, let me show you real quick here. Mark and others, it's somewhere down here. I got a bunch of stuff down here. Where is it? There you go. Mark, if you go on your real life trading homepage, you can see, you can get that 10 EMA strategy right there for free, and write that out, print it out, put it right by your side, and check it out with us. Angela is asking, what is that green line, Johnny? These green lines, Miss Angela, are highs and lows of previous day. So it's relative to our strategy, because our strategy says that we can't trade these 6 stocks until certain things happen. So in this case, these green lines tell us where the high and the low are from the previous day. So that way, when we go here, like we're in our 3-minute chart, then we can go and say, oh yeah, this thing hasn't broken out from the low from the previous day. See this previous day low? I was off by maybe a quarter of a penny. So this is the previous low of yesterday. So this strategy says we can only trade it at certain times. All right, so let's go back and look at this. All right, so NVIDIA, we got, yeah, so right now we're inside day, so we don't have a green ticker there. So we will change that to green, hopefully when this thing breaks out and follows the plan. So Mr. Smith in the house, hello, Mr. Smith. I hope your day is going mighty fine. Says, aren't the open and close of the previous day important for the strategy too? Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, my brother. Blake says, does AMD qualify for bear strategy at open? Okay, we're going to get there, Mr. Blake. We're going to get there. So let's go to Tesla. Tesla, we're looking, so you'll see some blue lines on my chart too. Besides this blue line, this big blue line is the 200 on the daily. So we'll go there. We got a 200 MA. We got to keep that in mind. We got Tesla gapping down below that low of yesterday. So that tells us that we can trade Tesla right off the bat, right? That's a retest gap. It's a bearish candle from yesterday, and then it's gapping down. But we got that big old 200 there on the daily. So we got to keep track of that. Let's go to AMD for my man Blake. Blake, we got AMD gapping down, retest gap, right? So again, if you guys and girls need to get brushed up on our gaps, because we're big gap traders here at Real Life Trading. This is a retest gap, right? So what retest gaps usually do, not 100% of the time, most of the time, is a retest gap. Yesterday was a black bearish candle, bearish going down. It's gapping down now again. So that's a gap. It's a retest gap because it's going in the same direction. So what they normally do was they'll come back up here and retest and then go, right? Or come down, come back, retest, and then continue down. So those gaps cause emotions, right? They cause people, traders, to do things. So that's what we're tracking on AMD. So yes, Mr. Blake, that would be a gap down. That would make sense to go bearish on AMD. Excuse me while I take a sip of my coffee. Youch. All right. Let's see. So we got, what time is it? 4:22. All right, we got a little bit of time. We got about 7 minutes or so. All right, so I got to get my green line exactly where it's supposed to be, or I'll get scolded. So you can see on Roblox, which is one of our 6 stocks. It was green before. It was down here below the green line, but right now it's not. Right now it's just kind of hanging out at the low of yesterday. It is a little tiny gap, right? Because we closed right here about 57.06 according to my chart. Closed there, and right now we're down about 57.06 down to about 57.04. So we'll keep an eye on Roblox, see if it qualifies for that 10 EMA strategy. We got on Roblox. So I'm expecting Roblox. I was thinking it was going to come on down to 70, but it's down here to about 56, but it just kind of broke this little channel that I was tracking earlier. I'm going to take that off of there as a matter of fact. So right now, Roblox, we're at, looks like all-time lows. Looking pretty low. All right, on the Delta Airlines. Delta. What do we got? So Delta, same kind of thing. We are right now, we're not green. We're inside the green from yesterday's candle. Ooh, there's a little trade on Delta. I forgot to take off there. That might have been from the other day. We got this 100 moving average up here. We got to keep an eye. So just everybody, every moderator, I'm sure that you've seen this week, and those of you who know us know this to be true, but every moderator, they have different color lines. Some use EMA, some don't. But let me just review that for anybody new to Jonny Guarco. On my chart, I got the 200 big blue line up here. And this would be true for any chart that I'll go to, but we're going to be going back and forth to the 3-minute pre-market or not. And that's what qualifies the trade. We'll walk and talk through that. But let me go through my lines real quick. And you can see over here when I get things cleared out, It will tell you what colors and what's going on TradingView. But this is my blue 200, as this indicates, because it's near and dear to us. If this thing goes bullish, we got the 100 MA right here, moving average. Brody, man, I agree with you. I can't trade off of think or swim. They're just too crazy for me. I just get too confused. I hope all this isn't too confusing for y'all, but this is what I track anyway. I track these MAs because, you know, traders track them. They cause support, they cause resistance, so they're worthwhile to take a look at. Anyway, back to the chart. Blue line 200, red line 100 moving average. Those are the longer term. The exponential closer term MAs. We got green here, the 50. You can see over here on my chart, green is 50, blue is the 20, and then the red is the 10 exponential moving average. My big purple line is called the VWAP. Don't really use it that much on swing trading, but when we go into the lower minute charts, we'll look at it. The VWAP is a magnet, man. That we love to look at the VWAP where things are. It's actually what I heard from one of my buddies who knows brokers. I guess they're kind of judged and graded off of how close to the VWAP they trade. So when you go into the minute chart here and look at the VWAP, you know, we tried to, like when something is really far, you know, like this is good to go short here because it's kind of close to the VWAP, but right and down here, when you get so far from the VWAP, it's really kind of hairy trying to go in whatever direction you're trying to go. I use the VWAP as kind of the, you know, if I was in a track meet, those are where the starting blocks are. So we like to trade right around that VWAP. All right. I'm laughing at you guys, your comments. Let me make sure I got everybody. Yeah, you know, the thing about moderators, you know, we've passed the test of Jerremy Newsome. So, but everybody's different, you know. I mean, I can tell you a lot of my boys and girls here, they're professional traders. Remind you, this is the beginner room. They're professional traders, but they just like hanging out, you know, here in the beginner room. I don't know whether it's the beginner room or what it is. They maybe just like hearing my sexy voice. Just kidding. All right. Don't even get goofy. Sometimes I'll get goofy, so don't let me get goofy today. Kim says, I understand the lines, but I don't understand how to trade them as a guide. All right. That's why we're here, Chris. We'll be talking about the EMAs all day, but essentially, you know, they're just averages, right? That's all they are. The VWAP is a volume weighted average based on price and volume, but these other moving averages are long-term, shorter term. And I am not a mathematical wizard by any means, but they're averages of the price action. So this is like over the 200 days, red is over 100 days, green is over 50 days, blue is over 20 days, and red is 10 days. And just probably what you need to know right now is they provide support and resistance. So that's how we use them basically. But get into that beginner's class. We talk about EMAs and you can check it out. And you'll get used to them. We'll talk about them though along the way. Mr. Falco is in the house. Hello, Mr. Falco. Man, I better be on my P's and Q's now. We got the Falco in the house, the doctor of trades. Hey, we got to go. We got to check out where we're going to gap. We got about 30 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. My man, Robert Falco, he's here to help you all out with any questions you might have. Thank you, doctor, for trading with us. Makes me feel like we got the A++ team now. So anyway, here we go. Let me take a sip of coffee and let's rock this. All right. So you can see here, I like to check out where we open on the indices. So we're opening inside day candle. We're kind of been in, inside day-ish here for the last week. So we're inside day again on the SPY. On the Qs, you can see same kind of dealio, kind of inside day-ish, right? Inside day right there, gap up a little bit. That is a gap and go on the SPY and the Qs, just to remind y'all, because we closed down here, gapping up just a hair. Let's go check out our 6 stocks, see if we can trade these. This bad boy, Apple, we can trade anytime. You can see it's bumping right up into that, all those moving averages. So that's a bunch of resistance we got coming up here into the lower part of these candles up in here. This is really a resistance zone, what I like to call it anyway. You can see we got some resistance up there. So we're bumping up into there. You got the moving averages all kind of in our way, but Apple doesn't care. Had some good earnings. That's what we're seeing, this gap and go today. So we're coming back, retesting a little bit. We'll keep an eyeball on that. We just want to check out and see where everything is right now. I better get ready to throw some trades in Slack. NVIDIA, so that's green. We can trade that. Right now, NVIDIA is inside day. So we got to wait at least 20 minutes or for this bad boy to break out. So you can see really not gapping or doing anything. We got that 200 moving average, maybe putting a little pressure on us down. What do we got on the weekly? Anything down here to hold us up? Let's go check it out. Come on, TradingView. We need to trade. We need you to be responsive this morning. Come on, baby. Oh my goodness. Anybody having some issues with TradingView? Yeah, Robert knows. Robert knows the dealio. He's saying, give that TradingView some coffee shots. Corby, you're a little bit of delay action there too. Me too. Oh, come on, man. Is it just NVIDIA? Let's try Tesla. All right, maybe it's just NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we're not going to play with you if you don't act right. Yeah, I just refreshed the page just a second ago, buddy. Tesla right there. Shaved bottom yesterday, providing some support down here on Tesla. So we got to wait to, well, actually Tesla, we got that, it broke the low. So we are good to go. Chris says, by placing the weekly or monthly MA on a daily, it is a guide just to let possible resistance support nearby. I understand how to trade them above and below, but don't know why people place them on the chart. So the reason why people place them on the chart is because they provide support and resistance, right? So essentially I could just put a red line down here, right? Because red lines are my support and resistance. But you can see it's not really, if we go over here, there's a little bit more support areas, but yeah, that's just what our strategy says, is to highlight these on the chart. And also, like what I say, I like to know where support and resistance is. So that's why we put them on the chart. I hope that makes sense. And their targets, exactly, Johnny. So anyway, yeah, so let's see where Tesla says, because the strategy, see, it actually is a gap and go up, right? Because let's zoom in on this. We're going to do a bunch of looking at things and teaching today. So hope you all have some patience. So you can see this is actually, it gapped up, right? It's actually a gap and go to the bullish side. But our strategy says that it had to open below the low of previous day. So now we just got to wait 20 minutes to trade Tesla. So yeah, if y'all are getting used to the 10 EMA strategy, then just go to that real life trading site and print that strategy out and put it by your side, and then you can check it out and kind of follow us as we go. Thanks for helping out, Johnny Axe. I appreciate it. So AMD, sorry, I got to do this again. I got to adjust my Slack real quick so I can get on the right channel. You can see I'm getting on maybe the real life trading day trade channel. All right, now I'm in the right place. So on AMD, we're actually good to go, right? Because we gapped down. This is a retest down because on Thursday we had a bearish day and we gapped down in the bearish direction today. We gapped down below this green line. So we're good to go. Tesla, I got to take that green weenie off of there. AMD, we're good to go, right? So we'll check that out. Roblox, I'm just going real slow and deliberate just so y'all can follow me and ask questions. And that's what we're here for in the beginner room. So Roblox, you can see we actually had a gap up, right? Thursday close, today gap up, but it didn't open outside of that low from yesterday. So you can see we got to wait 20 minutes. So that's not going to be green yet either. And then we got Delta. So Delta, you can see inside day, right? This is a bearish candle from yesterday, right? And we gapped down. So that is a retest gap, right? In the bearish direction. So it's kind of doing what retest gaps say they do. They'll gap down, they'll come and retest, and then we'll look for maybe a rollover in a little bit. Hey, all you real life traders, those of you who have been here a while, thank you so much for answering everybody and helping out. It's a big help when you got 850,000 people in the room. Not quite, but almost. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, there are professional traders here. Everybody who I know in this room who's been here for a while, they're a professional trader. Don't let them kid you. They are not beginners. Just like the doctor. One day I might be as good as the doctor. But yeah, he's here to help out and love having him. So let me see if I can answer some of these questions. Blake is asking, with the 10 EMA strategy, should we look at the 3-minute chart for setup? Yep, we're going there, Blake. I'm just showing everybody where we're gapping to and showing in generality where the EMAs are and everything else. So yep, we're going there in a second. And we're going to split our screen between pre-market and regular hours. So thank you. Hope that answers that question. Joe says, so to start with, you watch the daily chart. So Joe, I do exactly what I do. Even when I'm not on the mic, I'm doing exactly what I do when I'm trading by myself. So yes, so I start with the daily chart to find out, kind of the overall sentiment of the traders. You want to know where people are buying, where people are selling, right? So yes, so that's what I'm doing right now. So now we're going to go to the 3-minute chart, and we're going to actually break it up and throw the 3-minute chart in here, and we'll throw our split screen. This split screen probably is going to take y'all some getting used to. I personally, I am getting used to it. I didn't use it that much really in the past. I mean, together at the same time, I look at pre-market data all the time, but now the 10 EMA strategy says that things have got to qualify both on the pre-market and on regular hours. And I'm seeing why, how come my dealio isn't going to Delta. There you go. And I don't know, Doctor, is this happening to you on TradingView? For whatever reason this week, TradingView has not been saving my, my template. I keep having to go back here and go to the template and go to my Guarco template. Yeah, I don't know why it's happening to me. You saw Jeremy's chart yesterday where he actually had some of his chart blacked out, which he never does, because I share charts with Jeremy. So yeah, I don't know why it's been going a little lulu. Anyway, so you can see now NVIDIA is still inside. So NVIDIA is not qualified for us to trade it. We got to wait about another 10 minutes to see if these guys have broken out or not. Let me go and check out some AMD and some Apple. So, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this right. It's DZ. So is it Diz? Says I paid my trading view. My paid trading view is lagging to load data and charts. Any idea to expedite loading time? So if you have live data, it should be just loading. Yeah, I think it's actually a trading view thing. Like Brody says, it's just slow sometimes. So yep. Hang in there. It'll get straightened out. So right now, what we're doing, we're looking at AMD, right? So we remember, we'll go back and look on the daily. So remember, we got a retest down on the daily, right? So now we're looking for a trade. You can see 10 EMA strategy wise, and I'm probably going to be too late to the punch here, but AMD, we can go like this, get a short on there, a short position. So now this qualifies for 10 EMA strategy trade, right? So let me get this bad boy. Let me get this bad boy on the right strategy here, because we got to make sure that we're tracking. So, yep. So you can see on the pre-market, right, how this low right here, we can take this retest back up into the 10 EMA, and it's the same as the regular hours chart. So right now we could take something like this. So we could take this breakout. The strategy says look for your stop somewhere up above the 10 EMA, so think about maybe doing $1 stop or so. That's what we usually like to go on AMD. So somewhere, if this is 180, so yeah, this would be about $1. So we'd have to go a little bit more $1. You can see we got a little bit of resistance here. It is a retest gap. It may come back and retest this area right here. So it qualifies for us to do it right now. So why don't we go and do something, set something up, and maybe come back and retest that 10 again. Right here, we can put our stop here above a little bit of resistance, right? And then get this bad boy on a retest, maybe. Maybe throw that up in here and put our stop. So we got 101.57, 102.57. This would be about $1 right here. I think that'll be good. So let's go, and we got this to qualify over here, right? So everything's looking good here. We do have that pre-market low that we got to keep an eye out down here. Let me just throw a little line here so I know where that pre-market low is. So right down here about 99.91, 99.91. So somewhere in here is that pre-market low. So we've got enough room to go. So let's set this up. So this setup would be, and I'm going to write this in Slack while I'm talking it. So AMD would be somewhere like 101. Let me get my fingers working. So 101.57 by, let's call it 102.56. And then I got to take a picture of this baby, throw it in the old Slack for everybody. That's just what us moderators do. This is our process. So let me throw that in there. And then boom. So now That is in there. We got 1.2 would bring us down somewhere down here. We're pretty dang close to that 1.2. So we'll see. We already got the order in there. Let me get my shares figured out and get it in the broker because I already set it up. 101.57 is the entry. The stop is going to be 102.56. So I'll go ahead and figure out my shares. We got, throw the AMD in there. AMD, we want to go short. We want to sell limits at this point. And we got a price of 101.57. So we got AMD sell limit at 101.57, and go ahead and punch that in, and that's submit. And all right. So now I can't cancel my order for 15 minutes. That's part of the plan. And then we'll see what happens here. Let's see, Maria, how do we set up extended hours on the chart? So all you got to do is go over here where it says regular right now. You click that and go to extended hours. That will do that. Lucen is talking to Daniel, making sure I got everybody's questions. Brody says, can we clarify if the market chart, if the pre-market chart was close enough? I'm not quite sure what I said, but what I meant, I don't know what I said. What I meant was, see, it was a little bit different here, but we did have this retracement up into the 10, and then we like to get a close right there below the 10, but I guess what I was meaning is pretty much right on that 10. Now, if it closed up here, I'd have to wait. I'd have to reset things, but what I was meaning is pretty much right there on that 10. So we're good enough to trade that. So all the strategy says that, it's best to close right here, look for a close, retest of the 10 and get a close below there. But I trade it so it's right up, if it's right on there or right above it by a hair, that I trade it still. So that's what I meant. You'll see that all the different moderators, because we're all using the strategy, and the strategy was written by Jerremy Newsome. Everybody has their own interpretations of things, right? And so, yeah, my interpretation is this still qualifies for us to go. I've seen Jerremy where he's taken trades like this, where it kind of just closes right there on the 10 or right a hair above it. So if Jerremy can do it, then I'll do it. That's how I do it. Hope that answers something. Stock Dog says, on your long position tool, how do you get the entry to show as a yellow line? All right, so great question, Stock Dog. I love that name, Stock Dog. So if you go here, right, to your long or short, all you got to do is, because I did this so long ago, I don't remember how I set or why I set it up the way I did, but you just go down here to your settings, and then you go in here to the style, and then you can see like the line here is yellow, the top color, the bottom color, the text. So you can even go in here and adjust the opacity. Is that how you say it? Opacity of this area. So yeah. So you can adjust that. Anything that you see on my chart that you don't like the color, or you don't like something about it, you can go into, usually you'll right click on it, and then you'll go down to settings and you can change it however you see fit. So yeah, makes sense. So here's our 10 EMA trade. We still got that set up. So if it doesn't in 15 minutes, I'll end up probably just canceling this, because then it will be up here above the 10 EMA quite a bit, right? But I'm not allowed to cancel it until 15 minutes. So we set this up. These are 3-minute candles. We got to wait basically 5 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And down here is our 1.2. We're pretty much right down at our 1.2 target, right? There you go. So I'll be canceling this if we don't get triggered in. So unfortunately, while I was running my mouth, we missed this trade, but you could have taken that trade down here, right? And then had your stop up here somewhere above the 10 moving average, and that would have been nirvana. If you can catch it, that first white candle retesting up into the 10 EMA strategy, that is usually the best. Ryan and Kelly, I love those trading teams, man. Me and my wife, we do some trading together. They're from Fan Realty. Question on AMD. Why are we waiting for a retest? I think maybe I just answered your question, Ryan and Kelly. So we could have taken, I was just running my mouth trying to teach a little bit while I was doing it. The trade setup would have been the break of this low and have your stop like up in here. But what happened was, since I was talking about it to everybody, it had this candle, this 3-minute candle had gapped up a little bit. So I was trying to catch the trade up a little bit higher at a better price, because we like on shorts, we like to sell high, right? I mean, yes. So we're selling by going short. So I'd like to sell high and buy down here low, right? Because I have to buy to close my position. Make sense? Roger Ramjet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after this bad boy, I'm going to go ahead and cancel. And the reason why I'm going to cancel is because at that point, we're going to be way up here above the 10 EMA, and we don't want that, right? So if our entry was, and y'all have to forgive me with my brush. I know y'all been with me for a while to get sick and tired of me doing it and hearing it, but you know, if you could do a retest like up in here now, you know, somewhere below that 10 EMA, if you're down there. So now what we could do is, if did we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, after the close of this one, we can cancel that and reset it up, right? So remember though, we got, let's see what this low is. We got 99.93. So let's put that little bit of support down there. Let me get my line on there. We got to be wary of that support down there. So we got 90, what'd I say? 99. Where's my doohickey? 99.92. 99.92. So let's move this up here to like here and make that red. So we got a little bit of support now. So, you know, I want to see how this reacts off this support. This qualifies right now for a 10 EMA strategy because it was a retest, but as you can see, it's coming right down into support now. So if I was a bear, right, if I had gotten in earlier, like up in here around 101.50, if I was a bear, this pre-market low would be my target, right? So I would have to buy to close my position down here, and buying should cause this bad boy to retrace up here. Does it always happen? No, but that's what usually happens when shorts are closing their position, they're buying, and it causes a bunch of bullish volume. And so we should see a retest. So that's why I'm holding off here. So we're going to see how that interacts at that little bit of support line right there. So now we can go ahead and cancel our trade, right? Because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. So I'm going in, canceling AMD. If you put that in your broker, don't forget to go ahead and cancel that in your broker. Johnny B has to go. Aloha, my brother. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Johnny Bragg's in my mentorship group, so I'm going to see him tomorrow. All right. Does that make sense to everybody? So waiting on that, see what happens. So we went ahead and broke support, right? So if this bad boy now comes up, retest at 10, and then we can maybe look for it. Let's go look and see if any of these other stocks qualify yet, because remember, would I put in a long position now? Well, we're trading the 10 EMA strategy, Steve. So no, I wouldn't put in one now. We have to wait for it to qualify, which would be above that 10 EMA strategy. Does that make sense? Yes, Mr. Smith, you teach them folks. So what Brody is saying is basically, essentially, if you got to set your R at something that you don't really give a dang about, especially what I preach to everybody. You know how we talk, well, your R should be about 1 to 2% of your account size. So let's just say you got $100,000, right? And you are a new trader. Let's just look at this real quick. I'm just going to be doing some talking today. So let's just say you had $100,000, but you're a brand new trader. You just opened your account, right? And our suggestion, our thought is we tell people, well, you should have about an R about 1 to 2% of your account. So if you go 10% of that would be 10,000. So 1% would be $1,000, right? A new trader should not be trading with an R of $1,000 unless $1,000 is no big deal. Maybe they got $10 million in other accounts, right? So losing $1,000 on a trade is no big deal. But most of my traders that I teach and mentor and coach, they usually don't start off with $100,000 accounts. So I tell them, go with something low that you don't even give a dang about losing, maybe $50, maybe $100, something like that. So Mr. Smith is absolutely correct. If losing on a trade is just ruining your day, you got to adjust your R so you don't give a dang. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yep. He doesn't use percentages just for that reason. Angela says, I'm confused. The setup is for a bearish trade as the bull candle below the 10 EMA. You should be profitable. Why cancel the trade? Because we didn't get in, Miss Angela. So in this strategy right here, we got, if we would have gotten in right here, if I would have not been running my trap and teaching and telling people stuff, I would have gotten in down here, right? And then I would have had my stop wherever we decided we had our stop. And then the strategy calls for getting about 1.2 to 1.4 R's, right? So the reason why I canceled it is because we were trying to get a retest, right? We were trying to get in on a retest. So we were never actually, I was not in the trade. If you're in the trade and you took it down here, then yes, you shouldn't be canceling it. You should wait for about 1.2. Does that make sense, Miss Angela? Make sure I got everybody squared away. So Steve says, under conditions number 1, it is above prior day of day or below So let me make sure I got this question right. So under condition 1, it says, let me go to this bad boy so we can all look at it. Where are we? Come on, real life trader. Let's go. What? What? I was in the right place or wrong place. Oh, there's the pop-up. Go to your dashboard. Let's go to the strategy. Oh, I guess I got to add the strategy. There you go. Steve, I want to make sure I got your question. So under condition 1, what it talks about is did the stock gap above or gap above prior high or prior low of the day? So yes, that is condition number 1. So that means you can go and trade it at any time. If it gapped above or below the prior low of the day, then yes, it qualifies to trade it any time. Does that make sense? Steve? Did stock gap above prior high or prior low? I want to make sure this makes sense to Mark. Steve. Steve, it doesn't say below. Prior low of the day, right there. Tracking? All right. So we got, again, you could have taken, now we're below that pre-market low, right? So if we weren't teaching and talking about things, we could have taken this trade down here, right? Done something like that. This risk reward, we got to put our stop, probably like up in here. You got to put your stop according to the plan above the 10 EMA. So you got all these people here, they got their stops right here, right? A lot of people that went short right here, probably got some tight stops right here. So, you'd have to put a pretty big stop up to be safe. Could you do something like this? Sure. A little bit riskier, but for me, I look to try to get my stops above pivot points. And this is what I call a pivot point. So we'd have to go a lot further down now. So I can go here and show you how to do this. We go on, and then we go here to regular hours. So on what I do is I look for AMD. I look for where potentially some more bears are looking to get out of their trade, right? So if we go over here to AMD, oops, get off the brush, Johnny. I'm looking for some support down here. You can see we had that support at 90, whatever, about 100 or so, right? So that's one target. And then I use my, I use a lot of wicks. Usually like you've got this wick here. This would be a good target down there. And then we got, so that would be a target right there for me, right? And then we're looking for down here would be a target because we got a little bit of support going on down here. So that would be another target for me. I use my 15-minute chart. So somewhere down in here would be a target. And then I'd go back here. Where are you? There you go. We go back to our 3-minute and say, all right, well, we got plenty of room to go. We are right down there at support though, right? So that's not necessarily the best place to try to continue to go short. So I'd be waiting. You saw pre-market. We had another little bit of support area on pre-market, right? Little pre-market. So we really got a little bit of a support zone here based on the chart when we looked at it on the 15-minute. We can go maybe to the hour. So you don't necessarily want to take things short right at support, right? We'll get off that extended. We'll go on a regular. And so you can see we got that red line here. We got some serious support, right? Came down here, people bought one time, came down here, people bought again, bears came in again, people bought again, right? So we got some serious support there, about 100 bucks. So if you're going to play AMD, if you're not already in AMD at this point, really what I would need to do is I would need this thing to break down, support a little bit, come back and retest, and then take a short below that. So Lucen says that's well within the average true range. So yeah, I've been an average true range user up until just the other day. I want to get y'all some great news. And I know Brody was talking to Jeremy about average true range the other day. Average true range is just that. What it says, it's basically just an average of the movement of stocks. So let me get this bad boy. Let's talk about this a little bit. So I got my little button up here now I can go to. So average true range, you got average true range talks about over here. I got my chat pane right in the way. Y'all can't see it. Let me move that out of there. So you can see I use my average true range of 14 days. And what it basically is, if you go into it and look at how they figure out average true range, it makes my head hurt. It's like got all these symbols and things that I've never seen before. I don't think I went that high in math class. It looks like calculus or something to me, how they figure out average true range. But average true range really is talking about what is the range of the candle over the last 14 days. So what Lucen is saying is the average true range of AMD, if you look down here at my chart, is about $7.30. And so if you take the range of that bad boy, you start at the high, you come down here, $7.30, and you can see that green line is well within that average of movement of AMD for the last 14 days. So what Mr. Smith was talking about with Jeremy was, he asked, does it include gaps? So let's say you didn't have this wick, this retest, right? So actually what average true range does, it actually takes into account the gaps. So if this thing didn't have this wick, an average true range would take into account, and it would be start right there. And I don't want to confuse you. And the reason why I don't want to confuse you is because the great news story is if you go here to your indicators, metrics, and strategies, and you type in average, how do I spell it? Average day range. Look what TradingView just came up with. Average day range. So what this is, so I'm going to start using the average day range because I think it more accurately reflects what we talk about. But if you look, the thing about it is it kind of cracks me up, but it's more, I don't know, more a misnomer than anything else. Actually, this is probably the biggest difference between average true range and average daily range that I've seen. Most of the time when I checked, it's usually within pennies, but I think this is really more accurately reflects what we talk about more is the average daily range. So I'm going to start using that from now on, since TradingView was nice enough to get that bad boy on our chart. So again, if you want that, just go into your indicators, start typing average, and then it should be down here somewhere. There you go. Just click on that average day range and you can see brand new. So good to go. Good to go. Yes, Coolio, my man, Coolio. Makes sense to everybody? Paul says, sorry, I'm trying to keep up with Slack. Lucen saying Apple is bullish. Okay, I'll go check that out. This week, so those of you who are here for the first time, I really don't go this real slow like we're going today. I'm just trying to teach and show you how I think about things, because you've been checking out different moderators all week, and different moderators look at things all in different ways. So if we find something, I'm going to set it up and trade it, but I want to make sure I'm answering all your questions, make sure that we're good to go. So Lucen, go check out bullish for us. Let's see if it qualifies while I'm answering some of these questions, please. Paul says Roblox is making new all-time lows, so I'm unsure if it's worth shorting or it will rebound. Great question, Mr. Paul O. Let's go look at it. So, Paul, you're spot on, man. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 black bearish candles in a row. The other thing you got to do is Roblox is at all-time low, like you're talking about, but normally you'd go and see what's over on the left. Just as a beginner, this is just Jonny Guarco thought. I have my, anyway, whoever I'm coaching, teaching, mentoring, especially if they're a beginner, I don't like beginners to trade on when there's nothing to the left of the stock. Like if we were trying to trade this when it brand new IPO'd over here, there's nothing to do analysis on over here, right? So that's what we are. We're technical analysts. When you're down here and you're at all-time lows, and to me, I agree with you. Some may differ in opinion. You don't have anything over here to judge like where you want to target. The only thing you really have is that average daily range, right? This average daily range says about $6.42 is about the average daily range. So if you go over here, see, I always forget my brush. Can somebody go tell TradingView to invent a Jonny Guarco, once you use a brush, then stop using it thing? Dealio. 642 is the average daily range. So if we go down here, we take the price range, we go 642. So you can see the only thing we really got to base it on is that the average over the last 14 days has been about $6.42. So does this mean we could get down here to 51 whatever today? Heck yeah, it does. Does this mean that this thing could bounce and go up to $60? Yep. So we really don't have that much. Jonny Guarco doesn't have that much over here. As a matter of fact, I don't have anything to do any kind of analysis. So Paul, is that making sense? That's just how I view the world. Martine says, please support Johnny G's request. Go tell him, Martine. Man, I can't stand that brush. Oh, interesting. Yes, thank you. Okay. So is Roblox been nothing but bearish? Yeah. And then the other thing, of course, we really haven't talked about volume. If y'all are not a volume people, you got to become volume people. You gotta look at volume and see how volume is interacting. Brody's saying buy. He's talking probably about this double bottom that he's looking at right now. I mean, we're way down low, right? Buy low and sell high, buy the dip, as he loves to say. You got a double bottom. So a lot of people with experience would be taking this bad boy long right now, because you got this double bottom, you got some decent volume coming in, right? In any double bottom, you're going to see, and I teach this all the time. I wish this had some really more solid looking volume, because you actually had one candlestick where we broke the indecision candle, the high wave candle. So we broke above that. But what happens with double bottoms is you're going to get up in here to resistance usually. And all these professional traders that went long down here, they'll say, hey, I got to take some profits. So what they're doing is, you can see they're taking profits right at the VWAP, which is the purple line and the 10. And so when they take profits, what happens is you'll see this second leg. So actually it's the third leg. Here's one leg, here's two legs, here's three legs. So you'll see that bearish volume come in, right? Because they're taking profits, because all these bulls are selling, and all that selling causes the price of stock to come on down. And then what happens is they get down here and say, well, shoots, I bought here one time. Why wouldn't we buy here again? So I look for bullish volume coming out of this third leg right down here on the double bottom. And then what you're looking for, if you miss all that, let me get all that hunk and junk out of the way. So if you miss that, most beginner traders usually start off trading double bottoms like at the neckline. So once this baby breaks that neckline, that's pretty much confirmation, if you would, that, yep, that was a double bottom. And this should, I say should, not 100%, nothing works all the time, but most double bottoms based on volume usually take off. Hope that answers your question there, my brother. Let me go back and see. Paul, is that making sense? Greg got 1.4R on Apple. Good job, my man. Lucien says Roblox is actually setting up very nice for a bullish 10 EMA. All right, let's go look at that. My pleasure, Paul. Anything I can do to help. There you go. So Lucien was spot on. So while I was running my trapperoo, so we get double bottom, right? And we got, like Mr. Smith was saying, buy them lows. We got double bottom, we got confirmation, we got that pullback to that neckline. And so that could be a nice little trace back up. So what I'll do, and this is, I forget who was asking, a couple of people was asking about EMAs. Why are they on your chart? So like to see kind of like what's in my way right now. So we got this squeeze thing going on, right? So, and then you got the 50 right here. Got to get a little line here for 50. Where is my doohickey? There it is, horizontal ray. Let me put that on there. So if I remember right, I made a template. Template, where are you? There you are. So that's our, we got to keep an eyeball on that 50, right? Because that's probably an obvious target to a lot of people. A lot of people are going to be selling up there, right? So if you set that baby up, you could actually set it up any way you want to go right now. But again, we got to confirm a couple things. We got to be on the regular chart. We got to be on the extended hours. Let me get there. So now we're on the extended hours and we get our chart on here. I'm going super slow today. Normally, yeah, we'd probably be in this trade, but see, you got on extended hours, you got that 50 right there. Here you got, look at this, extended hours, you got that 100 right where that 50 EMA is on non-extended. So based on our strategy here, we got to make sure that we got everything lined up. Talking about, so here, nice bounce, extended hours. here, a nice bounce, right? We would have had our stop probably down here. Let's see if we could get, so yeah, that's the trade right there. You know, if you got your stop down here, and so can you take that for a retest? Yep. Because what double bottoms do is double bottoms come down here, they'll punch up, and then they'll come back and retest this neckline, right? They'll come back. So we're probably going to see one potential. Let me get this out of the way. So one potential is this bad boy will break out, come back down, retest this neckline, and we'll come back up towards that 50. Now that 50 probably will be down a little bit lower. So that's what's hairy about taking this trade right now is if this thing comes up here and comes back, retests that 50 on the daily, I think it was. Is this on the daily? That's pre-market. Let me go over here and go to this right here. It wasn't on extended. So you can see what we got, that blue line. So that blue line we had at 56.51. Now it's at 56.48. So you can see that 50 is coming down, right? So if we come back and retest, what it's going to do really is it's going to potentially cause our target to be down here, you know, less than 1.2 R, because you also got this 100 coming down on you. So that's one thing you just got to be careful about. If you got up here, you could slam up your stop up into the green, and then make sure that you win. But that's what I'm tracking. All right. So anyway, this qualified for a 10 EMA trade. So we'd be pushing buttons and getting in, most likely. Let me get back here. Let me get off of here. This split screen drives me bonkers. What happened there, Mr. Smith? And you're not broke. I've heard you say that before too, by the way. Ian says, you have the same on F. I'm not tracking. You guys talking about Ford or something up here? I'm way behind in the old chat pane. Lucien says, Roblox is actually set up. Got that. Paul, thank you. Lucien, nice. Ian, you have the same on F. What are you talking about there, Big Ian? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. F, Ian, are you talking about Ford? Double bottom setup? I'm not tracking. John is kind of slow. You got to fill me in on what you're saying, my man. Anyway, does that make sense to everybody? So yeah, this will be interesting to see how it interacts with that 1.2, because there will be some selling going on up in there. Also, I use my Fibonacci. Some people like Fibonacci, some don't. It is just a theory. It works sometimes and it doesn't work others. So Fibonacci, I like to look at retracements. So if we come down here, I like to look for potentially like where the 618 is a great place where a lot of traders look for things to come up and they can use that as their target or retracement. So right now we got a far less risk reward than really what I would like. So that's how I use my Fibonacci. I'll use it on a retracement. The biggest thing that I keep an eyeball though is volume. You know, what's going on in volume? Are there more bulls coming to play than there are bears? Because you got to have the buyers, right? And then you got to have the sellers waiting for you. Hold on for dear life. You were discussing the double bottoms, breaking the neck line. Sorry, just delayed conversation. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm tracking with everybody. But yeah, this will be interesting to see what happens with roadblocks when it gets up here to that 50 moving average and the 618. So we'll keep an eyeball on that. I want to see, let me get my chat pane back out of the way. Let me put it over here in the lower left column. So looks like Mr. Danny Jansen is filled on roadblocks. He went, let me bring that over here so y'all could see. Because I think if you are just here for free week, you can't see our Slack. But here we got official day trades, our channel. So you can see Danny J. He got in. I updated targets on Tesla for 1.2. So mistyped originally, put 1R. All right. I guess he got in on Tesla up here. So you can see he got in there 814 by 799. He's going long. And now he's filled on roadblocks 5530 by 5414. So that's how we use our Slack channel, and all us moderators put in them trades in there. We'll talk about a little bit of this before the day is done. Where's my chart? All right, so yeah, for me, and now we got to make this green. So that's one thing on roadblocks. We got that little bit of resistance happening. You can see Delta is just getting its butt kicked on Delta. So we got that green now. So let's go and check out, see what's going on Delta. Are y'all hanging in there? Everybody is good to go? All right. Wow, we got over 90 people in here. That's amazing. Amazing. We got a bunch of people in here, free week. That is super duper. Hope y'all like what you're seeing here at Real Life Trading. I told you that Southern throws on out here sometimes. So, you know, what a beautiful entry this would have been, right? Right here. Short that bad boy. Put your stop there above that 10 EMA somewhere. And look at that. Boom, you're at your target right now. That would have been gorgeous. Let's go see what Steven Jackson, stock crusher extraordinaire. Delta 3802. Let's go see what he did. 3802. So 3802. And we got 3848. Are you still in that, Mr. J? 3848. So this was Mr. Jackson's trade that he took. So if he's still in that bad boy, we're at about, you're out. All right, what'd you get out at? That's super duper trade there, mister. Great job. Nice. Beautiful. All right, so let's go look at that average daily range. Is my ATR? I got to go back, and because this button is set for average true range, I'm going to have to go back there later. I don't want to take the time now to do it, but let's just go see about what the range of Delta is just for now, using average true range, so I don't have to go back and forth and all over the place. But Delta, looks like Delta's range is moving up a little bit. It was down there in the low 140s. Now it's up to about $1.50. So you can see over time, as those candles get bigger, the average true range or average daily range is going to get bigger, right? What time is it? 5:30? That's all you got? New York Stock Exchange? What am I looking for? Oh, now I got my chat pane in the way. So let me go here and see. Kat, I'll be right with you. So for our average true range, we got about a buck, what did I say? $1.50. So down here, Johnny, just the way Johnny does things, that would be about a target where I'd be looking. Then I'd go over here to my 15-minute and say, what do we got down there for support? Because support is where all them bears are looking to take, they want to buy down here, right? To get out of their position. So there's a really nice support going on down here. So I'd probably, based on that average daily range, whatever, I'd be looking to take my profits down here. Now, once we get down here, we can come back into Delta and buy that dip, right? And then I'd throw on, once we got down there, I'd throw my fib on, see where I can get my target. You can see the VWAP that I talked about earlier, and that 10 is way up here. So I think that'd be lovely if you came on down here. And then if you're not just following only the 10 EMA trade strategy, then you can look for a buy down here, look for some kind of hammer, double bottom, whatever you may want to look for. Kat Johnson, Ms. Kat Johnson is saying, when you have green, yellow, red shading, is that the trade you are in? Guess I'm lost. Are you talking about this, Kat? So don't worry about getting lost. It's after, a week or two or three. And again, all the moderators do different things. So this is what I use. This is called I have no idea what it's called. I think it's called your long or short position tool. Corrine, oh my gosh, girlfriend, I sent you a note. I'm about to cry. I'll talk to you later. I appreciate that. That gives me goosebumps. Anyway, thank you, Corrine. I'm sad though. I'm a bozo. Anyway, back to Kat. Is that what you're talking about, Kat? I'm sorry, I don't know when you're talking green, yellow, and red. So this is what I'll use to get into my position. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm in, because I could come over here and say, okay, when it comes down here, I'm going to be looking for a trade where I could get like, 1.22R, but I follow the 10 EMA strategy only right now on day trading. So when I'm on the mic anyway. And so what I do is I'll use this to show people the setup. So does it mean that I'm in yet necessarily? No, not yet. But it will show you, like, once I get in, for instance, let me show you if I got in something, maybe clarify that. So if I got in something, let's say I got in, this was my setup. So like Steven Jackson, extraordinaire stock crusher. So let's say that was my setup. So you'd see that on my chart like that. And that would tell you, okay, we got in here. We sold right here. Here's my stop. Here's my target. So Kat says yes. And those numbers are the numbers to use. Are you talking about these numbers here? So these numbers, I don't pay attention to anything except for like what the risk reward is. So you can see this is about, if you eyeball this is about a 1-to-1 ratio, right? So this risk, so this says if you got in here and your target is here, then you're risking $1 to make $1, right? So our strategy says, if you look at this number right here, I'll set it to like 1. I usually set it to a little bit more than 1.2 just to get that 1.2 minus my commissions. You can see this is a 1.2R trade. So now this is where risking $1 to make $1.20. Yeah. And then, this you hear Jeremy talking about, like on swings and all. We like to get that, look for like that 2.4R target. So you can see here that this is 2.4 times bigger than this. Roger Dodger, Miss Johnson. All right. Lucien, what you doing there, brother? I haven't seen any of your trades. I know you got to be in something. You got to be in something. So now Tesla, we got that green Tesla good to go, right? Because it broke that low of the day. We'll get it on that EMA strategy and see what's going on. So if you saw that, you're in Roblox and Apple. All right, good job. Let us know what's happening on that little bit of resistance on Roblox. So now on Tesla, you can see Johnny calls this a squozen thing going on. We're getting squozen. We got, this is nice. This is, Jeremy talks about it all the time. I think he talked about it yesterday, as a matter of fact. He talked about compression, right? And he was talking about, kind of getting a squeeze going on and then looking for a pop. So, and then somebody asked, well, when you get compression, what direction are you looking? You're looking for the direction of the trend. So right now we got this nice kind of bullish action going on, right? And then you got this compression thing going on. So now we're looking for a breakout, but look what's waiting up here for anybody who is going bullish, right? So all these bulls, they're looking for this bad boy to be a target. And you got that 100 coming down, causing a little bit of resistance. So yeah, that's why I use all these lines on my chart, all the EMAs. I hope I'm answering everybody's question. You can say we had that 200 on the daily earlier today, right? So we had that marked out. See how that bad boy just basically came down, provided nice support down here, and now Tesla is jamming its way back up. Let's go look at the average true range, about 65.55. So we can go in there and then see what you got, Tesla. So if we look at it on the daily, you can see 65.55. There's my brush again. We go somewhere in here, just a general range of 65 or so. So you can see Tesla's looking somewhere to come back maybe in there. So, but let me show you something. So this 65.55, right, is the average right now. But look at yesterday. You can see yesterday was almost twice the average of, right? But I use it as a yardstick to kind of help me look for targets. So Johnny Boy would put up a target like up in here, because that reminds me that that's about the average true range. That's what Johnny does. And then I come over here and say, okay, we got average true range up here. Knowing Tesla, you probably pop up here above the 100, but you do have a little bit of resistance going on up in here, about 350-ish, right? So that would be a pretty good place for targets for any bears that are jumping in, any day trading bears to get out. You can also, we count Elliott waves a lot here in the beginner room. So a little bit of a Elliott wave nut, wave 1, 2, 3, 4, and then potentially we're in wave 5. So where's the best place to get in a trade? When you're tracking the Elliott wave and you follow that theory and you believe in that theory. Again, it's a theory, it's not 100% correct. Even on your swing trades, a great place is obviously either to get in the beginning of wave 1, but if you can get in wave 3, somewhere down here in the beginning of wave 3, that's what you want to focus in on getting in, because the reason being is because Mr. Elliott back in the, I don't know when Mr. Elliott was alive. Elliott said that, stocks like to move in these waves, And the reason being is he said wave 3. Let me get rid of some of these lines. So what Mr. Elliott said was wave 3 cannot be the shortest wave. So normally, based on my experience anyway, Elliott wave theory wise, usually wave 3 is usually, and I'm not saying all the time, but usually the longest wave. So if you look at this wave here, you can see here's wave 1 potentially, somewhere in there, right? And then if you look at wave 3, you can see wave 3 is a lot longer, right? So it is always awesome to get in this longest wave. Oops, I didn't want my magnifying glass. It's awesome. Like here, this breakout right here, this is a great example. If you can, along with your strategy, right? If you can get in the beginning of a wave 3. Now, do you know ever that this is definitely going to be a wave 3? No, but if you're looking down here and something is down low and you know it's a good place to bounce, if you have support down here and you get a nice wave like this, pretty much, and then a retracement, and then breakout, that's a great area, beginning of a wave 3 to get in. That's the kind of trade that you're looking for, right? And you got to have the discipline in order to look for those trades and wait for those type of trades. Because could you have gotten in, here it retested? Sure. Could you have gotten in here, retested? Sure. But every time you move up, right, you're lessening your potential reward out of a trade. So you always want to get in as early as possible. Just want to make sure I'm answering everybody's questions up here. Matt is talking to Mark. Matt, thanks. Brody, did he have a pet alien? Less meat on the bone. I'm not tracking there, my brother. Fill me in. Oh, Elliot. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he did. Mr. Fibonacci, I don't know. Probably he did too. A pet alien. I love it. There you go. Oh, man. Y'all got to get to know Mr. Brody Smith. He's a crack up. All right. Man, I've been running my mouth so much teaching. I don't know what y'all looking at. Let's go and see if NVIDIA has done. What is it done? Let's go back to the 1 minute. Mr. Tony Pollock is going to be in the house for y'all later on. So that's super duper. He'll be coming in about an hour and 15 minutes. I'll probably take a little break here, maybe in about half an hour or so, maybe grab a little coffee, reload on my coffee and maybe take a little bio break or something. So pretty interesting on NVIDIA. Now you can see this green line is the low from yesterday. We got the high right there. So this is a little bit of resistance, right? And we got a little bit of a double top going on right now. So double tops, meaning that's a little bit of a reversal pattern potentially. It did make a little bit of a higher high just by a hair or two. But right now we got, something potentially, because this was, let's go look at it. You got a little bit of a double top. So what double tops like to do when they break the neckline, they like to come down and take all these bulls out. So this would be a first target down here. So we'll see what happens down here at this 10 EMA strategy. But right now you could see what we talked about earlier about Mr. Elliott, and it's only a theory, right? It works sometimes, but doesn't work others. You can see we really didn't get a good breakout of this second wave. So a little bit of a riskier trade would have been in our case, we're using that 10 EMA strategy, right? So we got this retest, but we got this close way on down. Me and Mr. Smith were talking about, close enough. Like you got this close down here below that 10 EMA. So just for Johnny's sake, Johnny's interpretation, what I like to do is when you get a close like this, if you had a punch up and then you got to come back and get a retest, and then you get a close like this below, good enough, way below that 10 EMA strategy. And you can see right here, we got this little wick. So it trapped anybody who was going to try to continue to go bearish, because there were some bears thinking, hey, I'm going to go bearish right there. So that got a little bit of a trap right there on that wick. And this thing came back up here and potentially maybe now trying to stop them out, because if they got in here, down here bearish, they probably had their stops up here. So this right here is looking potentially like a nice place for this thing to break out now and come back up here and take them boys and girls out. Maggie says, I use TC 2000 and don't really know how to set up that 10 EMA on it. I've seen TC 2000, but is that Trade America, or what exactly is TC 2000? I forget what it is. Is that Trade America? Is that Thinkorswim? Is that, what platform is TC 2000? Sorry if you can hear my dog barking. Dr. Falco, I think it's just a charting service, not TDA TOS. Okay. Maggie, I would suggest either you can go in our real life trading YouTube section and see if we have anything on TC 2000. I probably would think that we don't. So I would go in either to Google and say, hey, how can you set up a 10 EMA on my chart? And that's all it is. It's a 10 EMA, right? So in here in TradingView, all we do is we go in here and we look for exponential moving averages. And then you click on exponential, and then we can set it like you'll see on my chart over here. See, look at this. Look at it doing exactly what we were talking about. So all these little boys and girls that punched in bearish right here and got trapped with that little wick have now gotten stopped out because they got their stops here. So for any of them bulls longer term want to get in 1, 2, and the beginning of a wave 3. So that's set up really nice. So what I was saying, that brush. Dr. Falco, did you put in any trades? I haven't seen any trades from Dr. Falco yet. Anyway, here's my EMAs, and you can see in here, all we do is we go in here and we get our inputs, and we can adjust the length that it looks at. So this is under 10 days right now, but you should be able to do something very similar on your software. You can pick any EMA and edit it to 10. Yes, Joe. Right on ski. Right, just charting. Thanks. Okay, Maggie's got it. All right. Stock Dog says there's some YouTubes about it. Right on ski. Trading can be TradingView can be used for free. Yeah, thank you, Don. You can use TradingView for free, like Don is saying, but the thing being is there's some limitations, and I'm not sure. I think it used to be free just for 14 days. I don't know if it's still, you can still use it for free forever, but yeah. The doctor got into an AMD trade. Right on, doctor. Let's go see what Jeremy is talking about. So here's Slack. This is how we use Slack again. So Jeremy says, perfect setup. Let's go look at that bad boy. So he's looking at Apple, right? He got into Apple right here. You can see We had this bullish drive, a little bit of a double bottom here, right? Little retest of that candle. He had his entry right there at that yellow line, had his stop down here below the 10 EMA, and perfectly got 1.2 Rs, probably at below the high of the day. So that's awesome. Awesome sauce. So beautiful way to set it up. And yep, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Let me get rid of that. Let me move Slack back off of my chart. And there you go. All right. Maggie says, we'll look into it, not just switch. Seems easier. Seems easier, the one you are using. I've been using Trading View from like day one, from when I started trading. So yeah, it's just all about what you like, what you're used to. And, you know, a lot of the real life traders use Trading View. Jerremy uses Trading View. So, but some of the other moderators use their own deals, and their charts may look different. Like instead of black and white candles, some people use red and green candles, whatever fits your need. Okay, just check and make sure. So Maria got filled on, let's go check out the old roadblocks. I should make, so NVIDIA should be a green one. And let me go check out what she's got going on. So we talked about that 50 EMA. So it looks like roadblocks is punching right on through that bad boy. Let's look at 5 minute. Olivia says free trading view doesn't have delayed data. Free trading view has delayed data. Yeah, you got to pay for data on Trading View. So it's a couple bucks extra. So we got that 10 EMA was on the 3. You got this 10 EMA up here on the 5, right? You got a little bit of resistance going on right there. So beautiful, beautiful. A great job, Maria. Let me see where she got filled. Let's go back here. Let's go to the 1. And let's go. Let me take off all this hunk and junk. So nice little S curve like we drew. Perfect. Hoping Maria got in here. So beginning of wave 3, like we just talked about, would have been an awesome place to get in. Let's see where she got in. Maria got in at 56.20. Am I on the right stock? Are you talking 55.20, Maria? Because 56.20 is up in here, right there. I got filled on 55. So 55.20? Is that where you got filled down there? I'm thinking, okay, super duper. Great job, Maria. I also like bar charts. So Maria, you should be well up there above 1.2, 1.4. I don't know where your target is. If you're following a 10 EMA strategy, we get out at 1.2-ish. Lucen 1.22. Great job, my brother. Simon says, I'm sorry for Dan. He moved the stop just a minute early. What a bummer, man. What a bummer, Ruski. Did he get stopped out? Let me go back to my Slack. Anyway, he got a great trade on Tesla. So, yep. You could have gotten in there, like Maria said, could have gotten here, this breakout of this high. Any of those are super duper. And Johnny M, what is going on, my man? He says that Dan got stopped out right to the penny. What a bummer. What a bummer. All right, let's go check out. I think somebody was talking about Apple. So nice to see that the market is cruising on back a little bit. Nice setup on Roblox Lucent. Just trying to make a few R's. Did you make a few R's yet? There were so many places to get in. Look at this beautifulness, like Jeremy was talking about. Here's beautifulness to get in on that 10 EMA strategy. Here, again, you know, for me, that's a close above. So we bounced back up, which is beautiful. Then we had that retest. So could have gotten in right there. That was gorgeous. Johnny's in on Roblox. Good job. 10, as in you want 10 R's today, Mark? Is that 10? What is going on with the 10, my brother? All right, I want to go see what we got here. Johnny Axe in. Great job, man. Wouldn't that be gorgeous thing if we just get a beautiful, nice hammer today and just punch just a beautiful gap up on Apple? Let's go see the average true range, see where we're going on Apple about. So we got about $4.89. So we got a little bit of that squozing thing going on. It is Friday too, so we might punch up here and then come and stay down about where we are now. Let's go look at $4.89, just an average, right? And we're using average true range. So 489. This makes a lot of sense. Come up here, just like what I talked about. Come up here, punch above the moving averages and come on back. So I would put a green line there, how I normally trade. Right in there. Throw that in there. Then I use my 15-minute chart, what I told you earlier, and I like to look for support and resistance on my 15 minutes. So here I'm looking for, all right, where could this bad boy come up to and hit resistance? And you can see we got that red line in there, a little bit of resistance coming up. A lot of people have used wicks as targets, which I do. So yeah, if anybody's in Apple, probably going to see them taking profits up here close to 168 right now. Right on. So you can see most of the reward. So we got a little bit of resistance happening right now. We're pretty far from this VWAP too, right? So I usually try to stay away from that when I'm using the 10 EMA strategy. Is you don't want to be too far away from that volume weighted average. So that's the volume weighted average is usually where most of the volume comes in. So you can see usually where a good risk reward trade would be. But if you wanted to do something super tight right now, you know, you could do something here and potentially down here and still have enough room to get up there. Depends on where you are in the day, the week, the month, right? Because you're getting pretty aggressive up here already. You know, you're at this resistance area. So is it setting up for a 10 EMA trade? Yeah, certainly is. But then you got to take in other things into account, right? And the biggest thing is you got some resistance right there. Roger Ramjet, everybody. All right. So let's go check out on the AMD what's happening. I'm going to go check out my, in this case, average true range. Man, that's unreal. It is going up. Average true range going up on the old AMD. So AMD, we said 733 on average. Another thing to look at is, remember these are all retest gaps, right? Remember that? That's an important thing to keep in mind. This is a retest gap. So what's a retest gap saying? That it gaps down and usually comes back and retests. So this is probably looking to retest like right about here. I would think, because you got a little bit of resistance going on, right? So that could be a good area to look for your targets, right? I also use my old Fibonacci, right? Because we go back and say, all right, where can something potentially, where are some good places for it to retest? So you can see that area is right there about the 50,618, right? So this potentially Apple, we could be looking for a punch up and roll them on back over, because we are still kind of bearish in the market, right? That's something to look long term. I was hoping actually that AMD, did I say Apple? I keep saying Apple, I think. I'm hoping AMD comes down even further, because anything down here below support would be just gorgeous to own some Apple. So our next, you can see we kind of hits a nice strong support area. We got this resistance going on here. You got these lows here. You can see why I like to have things to the left of my chart, right? Because it gives you good things to go off of in your analysis. So we got, I'm doing a lot of pausing, a lot of teaching. So if y'all looking for that, let's go look for, so I'm thinking that bad boy comes back up in there. You can see the average true range is about $7 and whatever I said, 33 cents. So that makes sense for that to come back up in there. I go to my 15-minute and look and say, yep, we got, right there at the average true range, we got a little bit of resistance going on here, right? You got the 50 going on right there. Let's check out the old. So now on AMD, we got, you do have, a little bit of resistance here. So that's one thing to deal with, right? Because you got all these highs right here, just around the 104 range. So if you want to consider this green mess up here is the average true range, right? So you got a bunch of volume coming in. And so you could take AMD on out of here. Let's go look at on the, where all the EMAs are. So you're above all the EMAs, you're above the 100, right? You got this 100 or 200 coming down here. Let me throw in a 200 in there. Phew, I'm moving like 853,000 miles an hour, I feel like. Template, we got, there you go. So on the 3, you got that 200 to deal with. So that's a little bit of resistance. Let's get back on the 10 EMA strategy. Greg Hill is killing it. Good job. I saw where Greg nailed earlier, like 1.2 or 4 R's. So good job, Gregory. We could take this because you got that 200 pretty far up there. So now we're getting, this area 1, 2, 3. Now we're getting up into the 4th area, and you're getting up into a little bit of resistance. So it's getting, it's getting a little bit more risky now. I got a little bit of resistance going on, like right here, right? So it's all about, do you want to risk your R or not? So like we were talking about earlier, if your R is something that, okay, I don't mind if I lose, but I'm trying to win. But in this case, you got a little bit of, look at this, you got some buying here, you got a little bit of selling here. So now we got a little bit of resistance right there at 104. So if you take a trade on this, it's a little bit more risky than if it was down here, right? Because you had, you obviously had a little bit of resistance going on here, right? At these highs. You have plenty of room in your average 2 range, but your average 2 range, this thing could roll over and just come on down too. Greg says it's time for some coffee. I'll be going in about 5 or 10 minutes. It seems like I'm running out. Today's Friday, keep them profit Friday. So this isn't a super duper A+ trade for me, just because, you know, you do have this little bit of resistance going on here at 104. Let's go try to count some waveage. If we went in here, 1, 2, 3, you can see 3. Where are we? Extended. Yep. So what Brody's saying is, you know, this is a big extension right here, pretty extended. So you can see this pretty big wave 1 potentially, if you like Mr. Elliott. This could be wave 3, you know, right there. It just says that it can't be the shortest. So wave 5 could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, come up here at 5, bump its head and then roll over. So that's why I would be real cautious, because like what Mr. Smith is saying is you got this big old pullback. It looks like it needs to come back and retest. Let's go look at where that VWAP is, just for sake of argument. So VWAP's pretty far down there. You got a bunch of stuff, you know, coming down on you. So to me, the risk reward right now on AMD, probably not worth it. We're pretty high up there for those of you who use RSI. You know, we're trending up here. We're coming up here, getting to the overbought area. So there's probably better trades out there. Stock Dog is asking, Johnny, is it true you trade only on Mondays and Fridays? Can you talk about that? Absolutely, man. I only trade on the mic every Monday and Friday. So yeah, I for right now, looking like it's not going to be that much longer, but right now I have a day job. So here in about an hour, I have to leave for my day job. So Monday through Fridays, I got to leave at about 7 o'clock Hawaii time. That's 12 o'clock Eastern, but I'm only on the mic Mondays and Fridays. And then I have my mentorship on Saturdays. I actually trade with my students on Wednesdays, and while the market is live. And then, yeah, I do my coaching, mentoring all the time, mostly during the weekends, though, just because of my job. Does that make sense there, Stock Dog? Brody is saying, and it's not the first 10 EMA, so odds of winning decrease. Yeah, so what Brody's talking about is actually in the plan, Jeremy says that usually after the first hour is when it works best. But what Brody is saying is we like to try to catch it when it's down, like that first retracement. Let me go here. So what Brody's talking about is, look at how beautiful this is. So this punches up, right? Comes down, you know, right there to the 10 EMA, and this would have been Nirvana. You know, if you can take this first one down here, that's what he's talking about. So, you know, that would have been the best trade. You know, obviously, again, you come back here. To me, I probably would have waited for, since this closed pretty low below the 10 EMA, I would have waited for this punch out, especially with this big candle, get another retest. Probably this would have been the second place to get in, right? And then once you progress up this chart, what Brody is saying is, you know, you're decreasing your odds, right? Because you're getting up here towards resistance, usually towards a bunch of EMAs, all of that stuff. Everybody tracking. I want to make sure everybody's tracking. Yes, sir, Mr. Douglas. Yes, sir. I want to be with you, Mr. Doug, sitting on the beach, drinking a Mai Tai, having our laptops out on our laps, catching some rays and trading the stock market. Drinking those hoppity hop beers. Let me make sure that tracking with everybody. Michael S says Dow is setting up. Let me go check out Dow. So there you go. All right. So Dow, and again, I'm just going slow-mo through the process so everybody can kind of get the feel just how I do it. It doesn't mean that's exactly how you have to do it. We all have, I call them trading personalities. Everybody on here has a different trading personality. So here's an example. I learned to trade from Jerremy, right? Do I trade exactly like Jerremy? No, because our personalities are a little bit different, right? Our value of a dollar is different, right? Everybody values the dollar differently, just like what we were talking about earlier on the R. So yeah, just want to show kind of everybody how I do things. You've seen how the doctor does things, and Tony and Danny. So just showing you how I do things. So I'm going slow and mo. So we got, did I say $1.31? I think it was $1.50. That's right. $1.50 on Dow. We're cleared to trade it. So again, missed it, like we were just talking about. So here, you know, you got this big close again underneath the 10 EMA. Of course, I'd be using my split chart and making sure that that qualifies on the extended hours. Is this extended? What happened to my extension? Get my extended hours right there. So yeah, you can see this was a nice close right here. So you could have taken that out. Let's get here. Let me get here. So yeah, this close too far under for me. So what I normally like to do is let something punch out and then take it. But this was the trade right here, man. This was on it all day long. Here and have stop here. Yep. Hey, let me take a quick break here real quick. I gotta grab some coffee. And I'm gonna come shoot right on back, but let me throw in a text here. Be right on back, BRB. And there you go. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Was that 2 minutes? All right. So anyway, yeah, 1.2 up in here. So I'll throw my long short tool on there. Boom, would have put my stop probably down in this, underneath that wick down there somewhere. This is a nice target over here. Right here, this little bit of resistance coming up. So 1.2, be shooting for right about there. There it is. Anybody get in that trade? That's a gorgeous setup, man, right there. All right. Whew, talking 3 hours. That's that 3 hours. It sometimes goes by fast, but that's a lot of talking. I'm kind of on the quiet side, believe it or not. John, I'm trying to catch up, make sure that I got everybody. Angela, why he drew the line for trade in and out. Not quite tracking. Hope people got, all right, everybody's answering questions for me. Kim Kip, how you doing? First time I think I talked to Kim Kip. How do you, my chat, how did you do those line templates? Show you that again. So are you talking about my long and short tool? Over here, we got long and short positions. Come over here. Are you talking about that, Kim? Like that. And then you adjust your stop, you adjust your target, and this tells you how much your target is going to be right here. So this is 1.07 trade, like that. Does that make sense, Kim Kip? Lines for the MAs. How did I get them on there? You got to go over here to your indicators, metrics, and strategies in TradingView. And then you click on here, and then, whoops, you click on here. And then if you don't already have a bunch of stuff over here, you type in like moving averages. Moving averages. For exponential moving averages, you got to put in, oh, they finally fixed it. Before you had to write in, oh no, this is right. Moving average exponential. That's right. That's why I get confused all the time, because everybody wants to write in exponential moving average, and it's moving average exponential. But anyway, you go here, you click on here, and then it will come up on your chart, and then you can adjust the settings from there. Does that make sense, Kim? You had a drawing save on the template for daily. Oh, so excuse me. I got a frog. His name is Freddie. Freddie the frog came to visit. Now you're messing me up. All right. So we go here, and you asked me how I put those. So I went here. I created these myself. So what we do is we go into this trend line tool situation going on over here, and you go this horizontal ray, and you come over here. And for me, I set this up as a template. So I right click on it, and I go here to template. And you can see these are all our templates. So we got like, protective stops, but I made templates for the 10 or the 50, the 100, and the 200 MAs. So I can just like click on that, and it will come up with that. But if you want to do that yourself, if you want to create your own, then you got to go over here. You do a horizontal ray, you right click on it, you go to settings, and then you can do, whoops, wrong settings. Here goes my voice. You can go settings, and then you can, whatever, like if you wanted to make this a 10 EMA strategy, you would go in here to the text, whatever, and then save it as a template. Make sense? Mo is asking, what broker do I use? So I actually have two brokers. A lot of the more experienced traders, Mo, have a couple different brokers for different reasons. But I personally use predominantly Interactive Brokers. I do have a Thinkorswim account that I opened a while back, and started to use it because I figured, okay, it'd be good to understand how both brokers work. But for some reason, Johnny and Thinkorswim don't get along very well together. So I don't really use that broker that much. I use my interactive brokers. It's a personal thing though, Mo. There's a lot of pretty awesome brokers out there. Hope I answered everybody's question. Apple is rampaging, Mr. Hill says. Holy schmoly. Whew. That's a pretty gorgeous thing going on. So you can see Apple, I guess this 490 is our average true range. So you can see Apple is jamming up above that average true range, because average true range we talked about was about 168 in there. So it is rampaging and rampaging on right on up. So is AMD, and looks like Dow also. Everything is rampaging. That is good news, right? So we talked about AMD. You know, you had a little bit of, excuse me. So you had this retest, you know, probably would have had to get in about here-ish. But we talked about, you know, you're starting to decrease your odds as you get up here. Don't forget, we do have some resistance, and we had plenty of average true range. So, you know, you just got to remember, you got to put the odds, the probabilities in your court, right? And when we were up here, it seemed like the odds and probabilities were better down here, right? So those are the kind of trades. If you got R's to spare, you know, if you're up in the week, up in the month, you got plenty to spare, and you want to take a little bit more of a riskier trade. So I actually grade my trades. You know, if you wanted to grade your trades, you know, it'd be something like this. It'd be A plus, you know, is down here, right? Because that's exactly what we look for. Is we look for a bounce off support and then bounce above the 10, retest, and boom, that's an A plus trade right here, right there. Here, you know, you're getting into like maybe an A here, but, you know, way up here, you're talking about, I don't know, maybe, excuse me, sorry, my voice. You know, right here, to me, you're talking about in a category of a B, you know, to maybe B to maybe B minus for a trade. So I do all this in my head. And once you become a technical analyst extraordinaire, you'll have that in your head. But like we were talking about with Brody earlier, your odds obviously are decreasing as you get towards targets and towards resistance and everything else. So looking good. Are there many folks in real life trading that use Tasty Trade? So Pat, funny you ask. Where are we? Where's my, there you go. A lot. I can't say a lot. So I know there's some people that do Tasty Trades. And so there it is. Now what Jeremy and Matt do with Tasty Trades, whether they have them as a broker or not, I don't know. I was talking to Doug. Was it Doug? Was it Tasty Trades? I think it was Tasty Trades. Doug and I were talking about, and he likes it for using options. Yes, he says yes. So yeah, it's really an individual thing. You got to go out there and experiment and find what you want to use and trade with. But yep, certainly people do, Pat. Hope I answered your question. We're going to buzz through these slides in a little bit, but we're still live on YouTube. So everybody out there on YouTube land, just remember, you can come on over to reallifetrading.com and go ahead and sign up for free. All you got to do is sign up for free, and you can take all these, look at all these classes you can take for free. Here's our beginner, our free week. So here's our beginner trader, intermediate trading,
advanced trading, day trading, and cryptocurrencies. And these you can see are all for free. Cryptocurrency, brand new course that just came out, well worth the $395 if you want to get into cryptos. So yeah, everybody who's not a member of Real Life Trading, come on over and use all this information, all this experience. I've been trading with Jerremy for, I don't know, about 10 years or so. So I can tell you the man knows what he's doing. We all know what he's doing. If you're a moderator on Real Life Trading, you know what you're doing. So come on over, be part of that team, and hit us on up. I'm going to go through. We got some packages that we got going on, some great packages. Let me see what everybody's talking about. So Doug, yeah, he loves tasty trades for options. So if you're a brand new trader, beginner trader, this is just Jonny Guarco. Learn to trade how to sell, to buy and sell stocks before you get into options, okay? Because on our, in our, where was it? There you go. We don't even talk really about options until you kind of get into the advanced trading. You got to learn how to buy and sell shares of stock before you get into options, because with options, they are more complicated and they have things like time that's involved and expirations, and you got to be able to be proficient as a swing trader buying and selling stocks before you get into options. Now that's just Jonny Guarco. So, but I'll stand by that. If you want to coach and mentor with Jonny, that's what we're going to be talking about. Mike is saying it's free information, man. You owe it to yourself to check it out. I know. It's totally free. And it's Jerremy's teachings, Jerremy's experience, his like hundreds of thousands of hours trading the stock market for free. Take advantage of it. Rhea in the house. How you doing, girl? Haven't talked to you in such a long time. She knows me. It's breakfast time. I'm thinking about, I already had to make that breakfast because as soon as I get off the mic, I got to run. But yep, my breakfast is waiting for me in my little lunch pail. I'm ready to roll, Rhea. So Matt says cryptos are at a discount right now. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go check that out real quick. I'm going to go see Jonny. So what is Bitcoin down? So I was talking about Bitcoin on the weekly, had a pretty big old head and shoulders on it. And I said Bitcoin was coming down here to about 29.30. Here's the weekly kind of head and shoulder-ish thing going on Bitcoin. So I'm thinking we come on down. That's just, I mean, that's technical analysis. That has nothing to do with what stock it is, what crypto it is, or whatever it is. That's just head and shoulders on the weekly. Doug KK is saying, yeah, if any of you are new in here, hook up some of these professionals in here. Like who we got, I'm just looking at my chat pane, Rhea, Matthew, Doug, Brody, Lucen, I know is in here. I'm missing a lot of people, Johnny Axe. There's a lot of professional traders in here. So just if you have any questions about the whether we're blowing smoke or not, just talk to some of these other people, hook up with them, say, hey, Doug, hey, Brody, can I have your email? I'd like to ask you a few questions, whatever. Go look at, what do they call the, where you go to, something pilot. I'm having a brain fart. Where you go and check out people's reviews. Somebody help me. Trustpilot. Thank you very much. Sylvan, professional trader extraordinaire right there. one of my students before. He's such a crusher. Go check out Trustpilot and go look at the reviews. I don't know, there's not many companies out there, especially in the stock education trading world, that have a 4.9 star average. So I can tell you, man, it's legit, and we want you on the team. That is it. Rhea said, came to say hello. I appreciate it, girl. I always love saying hello to you. We got to catch up sometime. Steve says, so much info. I don't have enough time in the day. Been trying to watch every day. Dude, I totally hear you. I totally hear you. Can I tell you my schedule just real quick? Let me tell you my schedule. So I'm in Hawaii, right? Mic days, on mic, I get up at 3:00 in the morning because I got to get on the mic at 4:00 in the morning. I then got to go to work at 7:00 in the morning. I get home about, ask Doug, and get home about 5:30 or so at night. And then, it's time to spend a little time with the family, time to eat, time to work out. And then don't forget, I got to get up at 3:00 or 4:00 in the morning the next day again. So, I got to sneak in a little bit of trading. And then I hit my trading, my analysis and my learning and all that stuff in the mornings when I can, and I do it on the weekends. And so there's a lot of information, but I can tell you, Steve, dude, there are so many great people in this organization that are out there willing to help you, and they'll take you by the hand and they'll show you what to do, how to do it, and get you to where you need to be. Let me just show you something real quick. I got to brag on myself a little bit. Sorry. So Jerremy, because I'm a retired Marine, has me focusing in not only just, it doesn't have to be only military folks, but he's got me focused in on helping my brothers and sisters out learn how to trade. And I set up this military mentorship exactly for that. So right now, if I can throw it out there, Ms. Kareen, she is the wife of an active duty member, right? So she's in my group. It doesn't have to be an active duty member or reservist or prior, whatever. I mean, I'll help anybody in the world that I can. But I built this program, and actually I need to change this because I just started this mentorship January 8th. The next one's going to be in March. But this is a step-by-step hand-holding approach, if you would, because I know that traders in the beginning are overwhelmed with all the information that's out there. I mean, look at our website, and it's just an overwhelming amount of info that you're trying to learn and figure out, and how to trade and how to make money all at the same time. But my program is a hand-holding, step-by-step approach. We go nice and slow. I teach people from the basics. And if you don't want to mentor with me, then you can go back to Real Life Trading, and we have a whole group of mentors that you can go and you'll be part of their group. So right now, currently, you can see we have Thomas Wong, Stephen King, and Robert Thompson. They all are different kind of traders, right? They all kind of specialize and are really great at different things. But you can see in their groups, these groups that they set up are for beginners, right? So like Robert, he is an option master. He probably is going to go, for a slower paced, options based type of option trading. But you can see, look at all the stuff that he's doing here. So if you're a beginner and you want to do a beginner to options, then go see Robert. If you're a beginner and you want to day trade, look at Thomas. If you're a beginner and you want to do, day and swing trading, maybe you should go to Stephen. So it depends. each one has its different personality. Each one has its different focus. You can see the masters. We have one of them here in-house. The other one is on the mic. Robert Falco and Danny J, their groups this time. These are master classes, so they're a little bit more expensive. Doctors is all sold out. You can get with Danny still, but you can see his is about day trading, swing trading, position trading, option selling, and traders that are kind of struggling. Not necessarily the brand new beginner trader, although the doctor is a master at all things that he does trading wise. He can teach anybody, but maybe you want to do one-on-one with the doctor. And if you're a brand new beginner trader, Danny, you know, he's like big on, you can see Elliott wave and gaps and pattern recognition, right? And he's beginner focused. So go in here, check this all out. We're in the real estate. You can even go into here, and then the personal mentors here, if you want to do some one-on-one coaching, you can see all our different one-on-one coaches here. You go down here and see the master coaches, like I talked about, Danny J, Robert Falco, Tony Pollock, who's coming up here right after me, Tracy Ball. Who is that? Who is that? I was going to say something, but I won't say it on the mic. If you want to learn cryptos from Joseph Legendary Musso, you got Matt DeLong as a coach, Jerremy Newsome, master coach. So there's Trustpilot. There you go. 4.9. So here you can do one-on-one sessions. Come check us out. Okay. Whew. Man, I go down these rabbit holes and I could be talking for like hours. All right, let me catch up. Making sure I got everybody's question. Pat, I do a lot of options and use Fidelity's ATP program, longs. I can buy trading rackets, so it makes day trades easy. Going short is not easy, as I have to set up a second order once I'm short. I've used Thinkorswim. Is Tastyworks easy? One order to do shorts. I know that Interactive Brokers is, but maybe Doug can help you out, because I know Doug is in here and he can answer your Tastyworks question. Oh, Doug, right underneath. I'm looking at my chat pane. Doug, if you can help out Pat, it'd be appreciated. Thank you, Martine. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Steve, head was spinning this free week of how it actually happens live has helped. Handsomeness. Thank you very much. Yeah, Steve, man, don't get overwhelmed, because I know there's a lot out there, right? You go to our website, look at all this free stuff, but dude, that's what all of us are here to help you and support you. There's just so much free information. Jerremy, just so you know, Jerremy is revolutionized, he evolved, so it must be evolutionized, or he revolved. But anyway, he was like one of the first guys out there putting out free trader education. And now, because of Jerremy, a lot of other people are trying to have to do the same. But man, this is the place to be. I'm telling you, we have the greatest people here, just a loving group of people. And if you're not on Slack, wait till you see Slack. It's just, man, I got to keep coming back to Slack. Oops, sorry. Slack is, let me go show you Slack for those of you who are new, who haven't seen Slack. But Slack, we have all these different channels. This is our main channel. Where are you? Right here. Here's our main channel. So look at Dr. Falco pays for this trading ideas software, and he throws this on here every morning, and it shows what's gapping up, what's gapping down, what are premier high quality gaps, what are gap and goes on both sides. So he does that for free, and he pays for that. This is our site. You know, you get trade ideas, you got people talking about, you know, funny, goofy things. You have people setting up charts. And then we have all these other channels. You can see we have our official day trades is a channel that we post all our trades in before we get in them. You have options trades, swing trades, option strategy trading, algorithm trades. So I can tell you, man, this is like our Facebook. This is the place that we build friends and have long-lasting relationships. This is the place that, man, I'm telling you, you can learn the right way, and you're going to have people that are looking out for you and for your welfare and not worrying about the bottom line. So all this costs big money, to say. And so that's why Jerremy, it is a business. He's got people that work for him. And that's why you'll see some of the rooms, there's fees. There's some of the courses that are just absolutely great, unbelievable courses that are paid for courses. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm going down all these tangents. I just want to make sure that we got all kinds of trading in front of us. And oh, by the way, you probably heard Jerremy and a bunch of other people say, you don't have to trade every day. You don't have to get in a trade and feel like you have to jump in a higher risk trade, because you can make money, big time money, not trading every day, not trading every week, whatever, right? Don't feel like you're forced into getting into a trade every single day. You're just set up your plan, learn how to set up your plan and follow your plan and go with that. All right. So check out Lucin's comments. She's got some good stuff going on there. Maria, thanks for coming to trade with us. I appreciate you coming and checking us out. Come back and see us. I'm glad you learned a lot. I appreciate it, you being here. Matthew, check out Jerremy's story on podcasts. Absolutely. DZ is talking about Head and Shoulders. If it materializes, it's going to be pretty low. Yeah, man. Looking for them low cost coins. Doug talking about Tasty Works. Matt, Lucin, Johnny. Listen to Johnny. There you go. I'm caught up. All right. So what time is it? 6:42-ish. I'll be leaving in about 15 minutes. So let me know if you have any questions for Johnny in particular. And if not, come back and check me out on Monday. Monday is not free week anymore, so you got to be a part of the team on Monday. Let's go back. What I'm thinking. Johnny Day Trades, where are you? There you go. All right, so let's go check out some of these delicious trades that you guys and girls were getting into. So we got, there's my brush again. And I got to remember, I got to go back and remember each one. So we talked about, Stephen is saying Dow is setting up bullish. All right. I just want to check out what we got here. My brain is too small, man, to remember all this stuff like the average true range. So I want to make sure, yeah, that's $1.51. That's right. Dow, there you go. We got 3 minutes. We got one. There you go. So again, just for me, right? Especially because I gotta leave the house here in a little bit. But you got, for me, you got 1, 2, potentially 3, 4, 5. Let's go check out where that 100 is. Where's that $1.50? It's off on the side. I'll put it back here on the daily. You got $1.51. So Dow has already gone its average true range, right? So what I would be looking for at this point is Dow. This is when I take my Fibonacci tool and I'll say, okay, where's a good place up here at resistance where Dow may come in? And you can see the 618 is right here about 37, close to 38, right? You also got pre-market low right here, right? Where it's at right now. And don't forget, this is this is a retest gap, right? So once again, for all of the beginner traders, this thing gapped down, right? Went in the bearish direction again, gapping from yesterday's low, gap down. And so what a retest gap will do is come back and potentially retest. So, is this the retest? Could be. So, but it's already gone its average true range. So right now for me, just personally, I probably wouldn't get into this trade because you got this pre-market resistance going on, and you got this 618 up here also at a little bit of, I'll call this a resistance zone in here. So yeah, I think pretty much Dow is done for the day. You may see something come up here and just probably futz around. You can also go to that. I like to look at my 5, and I like to look at my VWAP. Where the VWAP is, it's right about VWAP. You got that 50 right there. So that's how I see it. So I probably at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I mean, where's the target of all these bulls? This target, is probably right here where this wick is. This is one target right where the 50 is, right? Another target maybe up here. But for me, the risk reward is not good enough to trade that. That's just how I see it. Make sense, everybody? Now, just because I see it that way doesn't mean that you can see it some other way. That's why we got all these professional traders in here like Mr. Jackson. All right. Let me get rid of that. So just Johnny Boy would be probably done with Dow for the day, even though you're setting up nicely on the 3-minute. You got that bunch of stuff in that way. You also got that 100 there. But that 106.18 comes very nicely, matches up. I got to put my speaker on so when Tony Pallett comes in here, I can hear him. Kat explained that very well. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Kat. I'm so excited. So Kat, are you a Real Life Trading member yet, or are you here for free week? Because I look forward to trading with you some more. Ms. Johnson. Rock said, did I turn the market green? Dude, if I had that crystal ball and that power, man, we'd all be billionaires. You'd have to retire that Lowe's job sooner than you think there, brother. For those of you who don't know Rock, please get to know Rock and Christine Fullwood. Man, I love that couple. Just great people. Yeah, if you want some integrity and some genuineness a word, the Fullwoods are the epitome. When Mr. Webster, actually, when he was thinking about, generosity and genuineness, he was thinking about Rock Fullwood when he wrote the Webster Dictionary. I'm telling you. Albert says, thanks. Yep, this is an excellent community filled with great people. Have a great weekend. Aloha, my brother. Albert Chen, also one of my faves. Have a great weekend, brother. Enjoy yourself. I didn't know that, Rock. Really? Man, that gives me goosebumps. That gives me goosies. All right. Let's see, what can we do here? So anybody got any other questions? Kat saying, I'm Real Life, just love Jerremy, just checking a new look after not getting my goals met. All right, she's in Real Life. Jerremy is very easy to love, isn't he? That lovable, huggable. Yeah, man. I met Jerremy when he was in his, was he 22 or something like that? Yeah, man. He's he was a wild, on fire gentleman. He's married now, has a kid, but he's still a wild, unbelievably awesome individual. Albert says, every time I feel I work too hard, I just look at Jonny, 3 a.m. Man, just get a big dream, everybody. My dream is to be free so I can hang out with you guys. You know, I live in Hawaii, so I got to be able to get free and go hang out at all these free events that we have, you know, all these retreats, all these cruises. You know what they say, right? You know, the old adage about, you know, hang out with the people who you want to be like. Well, I wouldn't mind being a multimillionaire like Jerremy Newsome. So, although he wasn't a multimillionaire when I met him, but now he is. And, you know, guys like Falco and all the moderators and all the peeps that are in this room, man. Steven Jackson and I have been trading forever and a day. Yeah, man. Corrine, are you coming skiing with me? Yeah, come ski with me, everybody. Me and Jeremy are going to Whistler here in March. Every year I go skiing. Me and Jeremy hook up. I get my Jeremy fill by myself. And but you're more invited. One of my students, Katie Bryant, is coming. I am so excited to have Katie. Doug, you'll get there. Does that mean you're going to get there this March? Because every March we go skiing. So that's down the road, man. But are you coming this March, Doug? When you say we will get there, are you talking about? Oh, you're on your way, man. You are totally your progression. This is what your wealth what we call it outlook looks like. There you go. That's it, man. Y'all get to know Doug Knudsen Keller. I'm telling you, man, I got to meet this guy for the first time just the other day. And man, talking about chemistry, and because I have a pretty good way of judging people. I'm unfortunately, I got this judgment thing going on. Even if it's not good, I have grown up and learned to deal with everybody because everybody is different. Everybody thinks differently. Everybody, lives their life differently. But me and Doug hit this chemistry thing. And I can tell you, man, if you sit and talk to Doug Knudsen Keller, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Another one, just like Rock Fullwood, genuine to the bone. Man, I would do anything with that guy. I would I'm telling you, I trust that guy that much. Absolutely, man. Kat says, I'm with you, Jonny. I want wealth and to grow my legacy. I'm telling you, Kat, man, I wouldn't say it because my reputation means the world to me. Not that I really care, but anyway, how does that work? Your reputation means the world, but you really don't care. Somewhere in there, you know what I'm talking about. But man, I'm telling you, this is the place to be. I spent the majority of my life in the United States Marine Corps. And if you're not full of integrity and genuineness, and if people can't trust you, you're not going to get very far in the world. So, man, I'm telling you, this is the place to be. I can't stress that enough. I'm really not doing too much trading right now, so I apologize. I'm doing more talking and telling everybody what a great place this is, because you just got to check it out, man. You just got to check it out. Mark says, do you ignore the tops of wicks when setting support and resistance in lieu of choosing the top or bottom of the full C stick, or are wicks good to use for support and resistance? Mark, that's a great question. And I would tell you, like all things in trading, it really depends. Look right now, for instance, right now, these wicks kind of line up pretty well, right? See these wicks in here? So to me, that's saying that's pretty good support and resistance. But let me show you what I do. This is just what Jonny does. Let me get a good chart on here. I'm going to get something that's got, we're kind of crazy on. Let me find a good chart that I'm talking about. I got so many lines on some of this. I got to go in this weekend and delete a bunch of stuff. But let's just go talk about Tesla. So what I do is when I'm having a hard time trying to find like a real good support line, like, can you see here? This is probably a pretty good example. When I have close lines like that, I call it a support zone, because you can see I got, my line down here, kind of like where the wicks are, because, you got wick, you got wick, you got wick, right? But also, if you see like right here, this is pretty strong support right here, because you got, look at this, like these candles, look at this wick, so this is kind of a support zone. But when you're just beginning to learn how to set your support and resistance, one of the things that I even do this to this day. I'll go in here to the line chart, and actually Jerremy taught me this, so it's nothing that I came up with myself. So when you go into the line chart is where you can set your initial like support and resistance line. So if you go in here, you can go like, so I'm looking for multiple points. So see right here, see this point here, see this point here, see this point here, see this point here. I would say that's a pretty good support area right there, because you got that, you got that, you got that, you got that, right? And then what I do is, again, Jerremy taught me this. You can go in here and then adjust your support and resistance. Dude, are you ever going to get an exact support line? Is that $1,073.26 the exact support line on $1,000 stock? Probably not. But this is where you can go in, and what I do is I just look for as many wicks and places of, even at the top of a candle, like what you're talking about. We got, of course, this is, still support. You got this going on in here. You got this going on in here. Does that make sense, Mark? So, I use a little bit of both, because I do it exactly the way I showed you. But you'll get your own, like what Lucent is, you'll get your own personal preference, kind of like how you do it. All right, I'm exhausted. Let me just do this real quick. I've been talking like 500 miles an hour. Tony will probably go through this more, but just these slides, just don't forget what we are and who we are. We want to enrich lives. That's what Jerremy Newsome is all about. Earning extra income, paying off debt, investing in the future, achieving financial freedom like Douglas Knudsen Keller and a bunch of other people have done and are about to achieve. I know you've seen all these slides again. Tony probably will go over them. Slack in itself, man, we have people that just want to pay for Slack because it's like the place of where all the information, like Jerremy and everybody, all the moderators post their Slack. They post their trade setups. They talk about, hey, you heard Jerremy yesterday say, hey, if this goes like this, then I'm waiting for this, and then I'm getting in here. So Slack, worth its weight in gold. You see all the packages that we have. So yeah, man, if you're not in the team, please do yourself, man, I can't express it in words. Just do yourself a favor. Just have a little bit of trust here and just check us out, man. Stock Dog says, Jonny, just want to say thank you for taking the time during free week to go through everything to help us understand. Much appreciated. Dude, you just gave me goosebumps. That's what it's all about, right? It's about helping people. It's about where Jonny and Jerremy were 10 years ago, not really having a clue and just trying to, all the hours that all these moderators have put in, Jerremy, Matt, Falco, the whole crew, Tony, and Danny and all the teachers. You got to take advantage of that. So thanks, Stock Dog. That means the world to me. DZ, no, sorry, man, I didn't record it. But if you ever have a question on anything that I went over, hit me up. I don't know if you're a real life trader yet, because I've never seen your name before, but if you're going to become a real life trader, hit me up in Slack. If not, hit me up at Jonny, Jonny. Here, I'll throw it in Slack. I'll slow it in Slack. I'll throw it in the chat pane. Jonny at reallifetrading.com. There's my email, brother. Or sister. I don't know, DZ. I don't know if you're sorry. I don't know what to call you. Do you go by just DZ, or I don't know if that's your name? Hook me up. I'm kind of clueless when it comes to acronyms and like people's nicknames. It's like, hey, what should I call you? I just want to make sure I got it right. Paul, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Don, the package deals are just for free week. Yes. Now or pay the higher price. Yes. Yes. So thank you, Don. DZ is your short name. Yeah, man, just hit me up if you have any questions, whatever. Sorry I didn't record it, but let's see if my man Tony Pollock is in the house. Tony P, are you here?
I'm here, man.
Whew.
I'm here.
Dude, can you keep up with this motor mouth of mine? I ran for 3 hours straight and didn't stop.
Well, that's what it's all about, man. We just got to pour some value. The last free day, free week. We're just going to dump as much value as we can.
That's why you're coming on, man.
That's it.
Hey, we didn't take any trades. We looked at a lot of trades. I was just doing more talking and teaching than anything else, but there were some unbelievable trade setups that I'm sure that you were tracking.
I actually bought me some AMD this morning. That's working out really nice.
Beautiful.
Oh, I am still in some AMD from this morning. Let's see how high this thing can rock and roll. Yeah, just setting up my trades for next week. So we'll do a little bit of that today and like that, but mainly just, again, let's talk about some, whatever you guys want to talk about. Keep the questions coming, right? Those are the best sessions, man. So, yeah, Johnny, sweet. I'm
still on YouTube live, so I don't know if I give it to you, we might cut loose from YouTube. So
I think, yesterday Falco did it and it stayed on. So
okay, let me give it over to you, and I'll share to you and make you the host. So you're the hostess with the mostest. But anyway, first thing I want to do just before I say aloha is, do you want to make Tony the host? Yes. I just wanted to say aloha to my good friend, Doug Knutson Keller. Have a safe trip home, man, tomorrow. I'll miss you already, but I'm looking forward to seeing you, talking to you on the mic. And for all my real life traders and for all of those of you who have came and spent time with us over the week, man, just thanks so much for coming check us out. And we hope that if you're not on the team yet, hope you come and become part of the team. And we look forward to talking to all of you guys next week. Have a great weekend. Aloha. And Johnny is out from here.
Johnny, love you, bud.
Love you, man.
Let me get my screen share turned on real quick. Get this thing going. I've got to pull up the YouTube live here. Hold on one second.
Forward to talking to you.
There we go. So I can see a little bit of that chat pane. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Let's get this thing rolling. Okay, we're ready to roll. Yeah, so AMD was I bought some good, nice long calls on that. Everything's bouncing pretty hard. This is great. This is what we were waiting on. It just makes a lot more sense that these markets are going to bounce a little bit. They don't have to. And the SPY is actually in a really good channel right now. We could, oh no, my pen is MIA. There we go. Let's get this thing rolling. All right. So we're in this really good channel, and we might just chop into here for a while until we break. That's fine. Whatever it is, we're going to need this EMA to catch up just a smidge more and then go off of it. So I will be buying puts off of this 10 EMA on a weekly. It makes sense to me that we kind of complete this head and shoulders. Retest back up into around 445, 450 area, and then fall back down. That's where I'm buying puts. I'm waiting for that bounce. I want this bounce to come in. I don't want us to just sink down lower. At the moment, I would prefer us to build more levels. And I say that because then I can sell more spreads off of levels that are built. It's a heck of a lot easier to sell credit spreads when this thing creates pivot points. This is an awesome one to sell against. This is an awesome one to sell against. So I'll be waiting. I'll be selling some bear call spreads up there, yonder, roll it down, and just keep playing the game now bearish. So, yeah, so that's the game. It's been a really good week so far. I don't necessarily need to take anything unless it's just amazing. But other than that, we're just going to hang out. So in the meantime, we've got lots of people here in this room. What questions do you have for me? What things would you like to talk about? I can go ahead and start asking a few questions and see what kind of answers I get from there. I can go that route. But if you have questions if you have tickers you would like us to look at, things you would like us to go through, throw it at me. Throw it at me. I'm going to go through and run on this. I haven't looked at the markets here in about an hour or so, so I'm going to get caught back up. IWM, I'm looking at a weekly chart because it's Friday. I want to see how these weekly candles are going to finish most likely, or get a good sense of what might happen. So IWM looks very weak. It's probably going to work its way back into this, 170. This year is going to be very different, my friends. I don't think we're just going to have this screaming buy every dip in sight year. I feel like we're going to get some chop. We're going to get some volatility. And yeah. So it's going to be a different year. It's going to be a great year for selling premium. I can tell you that right now. It's going to be awesome for selling options. Let's see. Why the EMA instead of the SMA? There's no reason. It's just what I choose. That's what I've always been used to. It's what I do all my back trading with. So I'm comfortable with whatever you prefer. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Good question though. But yeah, that's my answer. Whatever you'd want. Pins and Peloton, Angela says. So again, for a day trade or like a swing trade, how are you looking at? Long-term, swing trade, day trade? Let me know what you're going with that, Angela, and I'll answer that on Pins and Peloton. Long-term. Long-term, I'll tell you this. Everything has changed. And if you don't change with the markets, you're going to lose all of your money. So what do I mean by everything has changed? For the last, I don't even know how many years, growth stocks have been it. Why is that? Because the environment allowed businesses to get money for basically free and as much of it as they wanted. Interest rates are near zero. So money is very, very cheap. So most people created these businesses with the idea of, I actually don't have anything. I actually don't make anything, but there's a chance that I will in the future. And it could be huge, could be life-changing. But in the meantime, I'm going to lose $500 million a year. So they just keep taking out loans and loans and loans and loans. And hopefully at some point we'll actually create something that'll make billions of dollars and I can pay back all these loans because it's free money, basically. That changed. Last March, that started to change. As soon as inflation happens, that changes the free, cheap money. Now money is going to have to become more expensive in order to pull money out of the market. You've got to get money out of the system. Inflation means there's too much of it, which means it's not very valuable. The less of something there is, the more valuable it is. So we've got to pull money out. What's one of the greatest ways to pull money out? Raise interest rates. If you raise interest rates, the Fed can now grab that money that people are paying extra and get it out of the system to lower the amount in there to help stabilize the value of it. So all of these companies, long story short, all of these companies that live off of loans, if you look here, this company right now is losing $128 million a year, Pinterest. They're screwed. They're screwed. The only thing keeping these companies alive is the fact that they can keep taking it more loans, because it's basically free money. The interest rates are next to nothing. It's free money. Who wouldn't take it? Now that it's no longer becoming free money, as soon as interest rates start to raise even more, that's why people are bailing out of this. This is why a stock was just crank city from zero to hero. And then as soon as investors are like, oh crap, their whole business model is screwed, they start to pull out. So do you want to buy any of these dips? Me personally, no. I will only buy companies that are profitable, that I know how they make money. Home Depot, Amazon, the markets. I'll buy dips on those. Apple, Microsoft, the big guys, the ones that actually did pretty well. And if you did well in 2021, those are the ones you're buying dips on. Everything else, get the freak out. He said he put 6 months ago, how do I salvage? I'm guessing that's what you said. It depends on what strike those were. Where are you in? Yeah, let me know, Angela, where you're at, and we'll find a way to have it. It's all about changing your perspective and understanding don't sell puts unless you're happy to own this for a very long time and you have the right risk on. Right. But yes, everything completely changed. Peloton, in my opinion, is going to go to zero. They don't make any money. They lose $190 million a year. They're screwed. They're living off of loans. And as soon as those loans change and they can't just pay their payroll next month with another loan because it's going to be so expensive that no bank will give it to them and they can't afford to pay it back anyways, they're done. That's what happens. That's why you get these fall offs is people are like, crap, I got to get the heck out. Things are changing. So the markets are changing now. We're going to go back to actually appreciating valuations. For years and years and years, you'll hear Falco on the mic up here say, the evaluation for these companies are insane. They're being evaluated at 5 times their price to sales, meaning the business makes $10 million a year, and they're being evaluated for hundreds of millions as if they make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. That's why their stock is at $160 when it should be probably where it IPO'd at $25. Right? Like that's where it should have been. Has Peloton really done anything to prove that this is, wow, we're deserving. We are deserving. If we go back and look at their earnings, I'm sure we can figure out a few things of like, yeah, it was great for COVID. That's the entire push of this was they're projecting. It wasn't necessarily their sales went up, but they were projecting that this is going to continue. And now we're just ready to rock and roll until sentiment changes. So the whole point of this is growth is dead. Do not buy growth. Don't keep doing what we've been doing for 8 years. Growth is dead. Unless a company makes money, unless they actually are priced with a decent evaluation, what they're actually worth is going to mean a lot. So the market ebbs and flows, right? We had all these years where it didn't matter what the company was worth. Just buy the thing and it'll go up 1,000,000%. Now, market is going to respect what an actual price is. And the stocks that went and got crazy inflated and are 10 times their price of sales are going to come back to reality. And that's exactly what's happening with Peloton. Right. So you need to be making money for me to even consider buying you now. So with that being said, Angela, you said you're stuck in this, right? You're stuck in pins. Let's look at this. So you sold puts at 35 and 55 on pins. So 55, you're in on that. 35, you're in on that. So do you actually own these shares now? It's hard. You can't hedge by reacting. This is not the time to hedge. This was the time to hedge up here. And then that gap down, that was the time to hedge. And if you missed that, then the retest of that was the time to hedge on the way down, right? So you're not filled on those yet. There's not much you can do. I would go ahead and take the shares because you can get out of those puts and lose all of that money, or you can at least get put those shares and see if those shares you can sell calls against, make some money with that, wait for it to bounce. It's possible for pins to work its way back up to 40. I feel like that's a decent resistance for it. And you can just play around with that. You might have to hold this for 10 years. I'm not saying that they're going to go to zero and that this company's over with. What I'm saying is they need to figure out how to make money or they're screwed. If you can't make money, the hope factor of businesses is done. If you're going to IPO, I feel like IPOs are going to come out now of I make money right now. So Don, I'm not going to share my AMD Leap because that's what I have a premium coaching group now that I coach that I share all of my trades with. So it's not fair for them to pay $20,000 and learn about this stuff. And they get, they can see what I'm doing and then for me to share it. But if you see it on my screen, I have some notes on there. You can look at it if I go back to it. Most everything else I'll share, but there's a few trades that I do to keep it quiet. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. But one thing I will tell you, I am in a leap on AMD. So if you want to grab some stuff, and I have a game plan of how to hedge that, by the way, because I think AMD can go lower. So I have an entire risk plan set up of how I'm going to manage that trade and how I'm actually going to make money on the downside, but still be in it to capitalize on an up move just in case this is it. So just realize I have that. Don't think that I bought this because this is the bouncing spot. We're going to go to an all-time high now. It could, but I also have a realistic expectation and a game plan around how to hedge that because I don't think that's going to be the case yet. Okay. So pins, let yourself get put the shares. And then when it bounces back up to 36 or 40, consider buying puts there to lock in that or go ahead and get out. I'm not sure where your average dollar cost average will be. You can lose small on that one. On Peloton, you sold a put at 20. Let me see here. Sorry, I'll get back this here real quick. At 25 for Peloton. That's not a bad spot to own it. If you're going to buy Peloton, $25 is decent. So again, if you're down on those puts, go ahead and just let yourself get put the shares. And then you can hedge from there, right? This is going to have a bounce. We will probably bounce back up to 40 as well on this, maybe even 60. That's asking a lot, but I do think we'll get some bounce. And so when you get put the shares, wait for a bounce to 30 and get the heck out because I don't feel like owning these stocks are worth it. It could dive down and go to zero, but that's the risk we play, right? You can hedge that. If you don't know how to hedge, we have a hedging with options course here at RLT that you can buy for it's a couple $100 and you're ready to rock and roll. Teach you how to do all that stuff. It's well worth it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on those things. Salvage it. It's a little late to salvage, in my opinion. It's already pretty much at the bottom. It could go lower, but it's late to hedge. Mo says, what do I think about Wish? I am late on the chat pane. I love these questions, by the way. Keep the questions rolling. Wish, let's check it out. They lose $745 million a year. Stay away. They're done. If a company doesn't make money, they're done. They're not going to survive the next 5 years. It's not going to happen. They're screwed. They built this business back in 2019 when it was like, who cares? I'm going to solve the world. I haven't done anything yet, but just give me $1 billion and I'll do it. And they're like, okay, sounds good. And then they get $1 billion and they haven't done anything. And then a year later, everything changes in 2021 and they fall off the map and now they're screwed and all their investors are screwed. That's the story of that's what happens when the markets change. It is different, my friends. If we keep playing the growth game, you will go broke. Do not buy these dips for long-term stuff. You can swing trade them. You can do that stuff if you want. But man, if you don't make money, you're screwed in this market now. Absolutely screwed. So that's what I would say, Mo. On Wish. That's my 2 cents. I am only buying companies that make money. The Apples of the world, right? If you make solid money and you've been doing it for years, not like I just IPO'd today, I'd have to really do my homework on that. But if you've been around for a long while and you consistently make money, I know how you make money. You have a really good evaluation on your price. Those are the stuff you want to be worried about. So what do I think about Wish? I think Wish is going to be going to zero very, 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 very soon. I mean, do you lose $1 billion a year? You're screwed. You're done. Let me see here. Paul says, with the change of the market you have just spoken about, does that change your credit spread strategy a lot? Nope, not really. I can still sell levels, right? Most of my credit spread strategies, I'm selling against profitable companies anyways, but I'm not too concerned with that. I'm mainly concerned of, do I have a level that I can sell against? So if the stock has come down and bounced off of this spot for the last 3 years, I can use this level to sell below because I know if we solidly break below that with a close, I can hedge this. We're going lower, right? That's all I care about. I want to read sentiment. What has been the level where we always hold up? Sell around that level. So it doesn't really change my credit spreads that much. And by the way, credit spreads this year, I think are going to be amazing because I feel like volatility is coming into the markets. Last year was a really low volatile market. And so it was harder to sell spreads. Still did 1,000% ROI on my credit spreads, by the way. But this year with higher volatility, it's going to be off the charts. Like I'm just licking my chops. I don't need to even do anything else. I can just sell some spread each month and retire. That's a great question, though. Great question, Paul. So I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. As long as you've got a solid hedge plan, it doesn't matter what it does. John, nice, my friend. Stopped out of RBLX for 3.25R. So you got trailed out then because you made 3.25Rs and it put you up to 0.9R on the month. Cool. Cool. What about Ford for a long swing? Yeah, I've been looking at Ford for sure. For a swing, the only thing I would stay away from is you have earnings next week. So I don't want to be getting into a swing. I do like these levels, and I do feel like we're going to retest back up into like 21, 22 area. That makes a lot of sense to me. But if we were really strong, you got to read sentiment. What are the candles telling you? How strong are we? How excited are the bulls? We just got our butts kicked here and got crushed. I mean, it dropped within a week. This thing dropped like 16.5%. What happens? We know the S curve. So what happens? A big bear move comes in. What's next? A bounce. And then it rolls back down if it's bearish, right? But we're going to get a bounce. So would we say this is a very strong support? Yes. Rock solid support. So what would we expect to have happen after a big move lower and we hit a strong support? A bounce. What did happen? No bounce. So right here, I'm waiting to see what happens at that strong level. When nothing happens at that level, that tells me, ooh, we're not bouncing yet. Until something changes. This sucks. That price action is garbage. Garbage. No one, what should have happened? We should have bought off of this. We should have bounced. What did happen? We went lower. And I think we continue to go lower. Yep. We have a massive gap down. People bail on this thing. And that's exactly what happened. People that bought this wake up and go, oh, frick, it's not bouncing. It's not doing what it should do. And you get the heck out. Markets gap down. This gap's down. And so now we're just chopping sideways. And this is where we're at now. So where's your next level of support? You have a big level here that finally saved us, but we should have been saved off of that one if we're strong. I feel like we retest back up into here and we go lower. This is going to be a massive middle finger pattern, AKA head and shoulders. And we're going to pull back down to some supports. Why is it pulling down? Is it because Ford's a crappy company? No, it's because this thing rampaged for Ford. It went up 100% in a freaking month. I mean, 3 months, sorry. 100% for Ford. Has Ford doubled its value of its company in a month? No. This is what I'm saying. This bull crap is not going to be happening anymore, in my opinion. Whatever you're worth is what your price will be. We're going to get back down to reality again. So that means we need to recognize how to buy prices at really good, affordable rates. At prices where it's like, this is at a discount for a good company, and then be patient enough to wait for it to get back to its normal valuation. That's what we're going to get back to, honestly. So why is Ford dying right here? Because it's too extended. We go to a monthly chart. We are way too extended. So where's Ford probably going to pull back to? We've got a very strong support at 18. That's possible, but we're still too extended. Look how overbought we are. I feel like Ford is probably going to work its way back down into 16, maybe even $12, $10, and I am a buyer. I'm a buyer all the way down. I'll probably be buying some all the way through this and then waiting. So that's my opinion. That's what I think with that Ford. So for a swing trade, I always go bigger perspective because the bigger perspective always plays out. And then I dial it in. So now that you have an idea of where we think Ford's going to go, where people are feeling, how could you play this? I feel like down here, this is a rock solid support. You could put your stop below, because if we break that, it's going lower. So buying Ford here for a swing and a bounce is a great idea as long as you're getting the heck out around 21. The problem is earnings are next week. I don't do swings over earnings. So that's my 2 cents on that, man. Hopefully that helped. Alex, if you have any more questions, let me know. Can I check CLH? Can you let me know? CELH, sorry. Can you let me know what this is for? Like a swing trade, or you're looking for a day trade? What do you got? Larry, I'm so excited to kill it this year. Yeah, you're going to be an options master by the time we're done working. And as soon as I get off the mic, I saw you message me. I'll take a look at that. Mo, intrinsic value matters. Yeah. Extrinsic value is what's not going to matter. No one's going to give a crap of saying, well, give me $1 billion and I promise I'll change. Like, the unfulfilled yet is not going to work. The extrinsic value, you're done. What you're actually worth. What you're actually worth. Of course, there's always that potential. There's always that, but it's not going to be exaggerated. It's going to have to be within reach for people to even care about it. Man, I've got a lot on this chat pane. So let me keep getting caught up. So the problem with Wish, the value is 17. What do you mean of that? The problem with Wish is they don't make any money. They lose $1 billion almost a year. They don't make anything. So whether the business is going to be valued off of what they're actually doing, not off of their hope. And that number is probably lagging, and that will probably come down because they're not worth $17, or else they'd be $17. They're not worth $17 a share. When you lose $745 billion a year, $1 million a year, almost $1 billion, you're not worth $17 a share. You're worth zero. Your company's worth nothing. Doesn't matter how much hope and potential you have. That's what's changing. Yeah, you're screwed. All right. I know there's quite a few other ones. Okay, CX. CX is a $6 company. I have no idea what they do. What business is. If I'm just looking at the chart. So if I don't even know what company this is. If I erase the company off and I just look at the chart, I feel like we're going to be on our way down because we've had 1 billion bull candles in a row on a monthly chart. 2020 was very good for them. Nearly every company that went more than 100% up in 2020 will come right back down, if not lower than the area that they went to. I would stay away from this per the chart. That's what the chart's telling me. If this company can get above $10, I'll be proven wrong and it might have something to it. Until then, stay away from this thing for long term. For swing trades, it's fine. I would lean bearish on swing trades. Like I would short this. The problem is you're going to get paid. You're going to pay a premium to short this company. Your broker is not going to give this crap away for free. So you're going to pay a hefty price every day that you hold this short. It's not worth it. I'll go find a better stock than this. But net income, they lose $1 billion a year. They make 12 billion revenue, but they're short $1 billion a year. They're just done. I feel like they're going back to $2. That would be me. I don't know anything about this company, but that would be my 2 cents. I feel like we're heading lower. Apple stamping gold bricks at this point. Yeah. Apple, you always buy the dip on Apple. Always. And look at RIG long term. Let's check it out. All right. So long-term play. By the way, here's a good rule. If a stock is not under or not over $10, don't look at it unless you personally know every aspect of this business. Most people like cheap stocks because they're cheap, right? Meaning you don't have to put a lot of money in it. So if you had $5,000 in your trading account, I'm like, man, I can buy 1,000 shares of this, but I can only buy 50 shares of Apple. The pump and dumps are done, my friends. I honestly believe that. I don't know how much more these pump and dumps will stick around. They're done. If you're hoping to catch something that's going to move 300% in a day, those days are over with, in my opinion. You will always have some manipulation. There's always going to be some chat group out there pumping something, but it's not going to be across the board like we had in 2021. Like things get to the extreme before it's done, right? And I feel like 2021 was just extreme. It's not going to happen anymore to that scale, in my opinion. So we got to figure out what the markets are doing. Forget about yesterday, forget about last year, and start figuring out value. Long term on this guy, again, they don't make any money. These companies will go out of business. If interest rates rise significantly, every single one of these companies are going out of business. They're done. They're living on debt. And as soon as you can't afford to live on debt anymore, you're screwed. You're done. They're going to file for bankruptcy. Maybe through bankruptcy, they can find a way to be saved, but most likely 90% of these companies are going to go under. So it's going to be a different world in 5 years. Printing trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars is going to screw you, but it's going to screw you in 4 years. And that's what we're going to have. So if I'm looking at this company, it's a no-go. There's no way. I mean, just again, on the charts, this is an area that has to hold. If you take out your IPO price after going up 500%, how much did this thing go up? I mean, 1,000%. If you go up 1,000% and then take out the low of your IPO, you're done. Yeah, I would stay away from this guy. Don't touch it. Buy companies that have value. Learn options so that you can leverage your money in a good company. Learn leaps. You don't have to spend $80,000 on Apple to make money. You can spend $3,000 on Apple and make a lot of money if you know what you're doing. So that's what I would look at. Yeah, my opinion on rig, you're screwed. It's just bad timing for these companies. For years and years and years, these companies have had free money. And so they just go, it's fine. I'll just kick the can down the road and eventually we'll be profitable. It's over. The can hit the wall and you're screwed. As soon as they raise interest rates, these things are going to go to zero. These companies are done. The cold hard truth about it. That's why 2021 was such an insane year to trade. That's why me and so many other people's got beat up in 2021. I still walked away profitable because I stopped in March and I got the freak out of growth and I started selling the things I know how to sell, which is credit spreads. And I had a really good profitable year. But if I would have stayed in growth, I would have lost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars last year. I lost $75,000 just in March from my growth stocks because for how many years now growth works? Come March, growth no longer worked. It was done. Change in sentiment, change in everything. And I caught on to that. I realized that. Most everyone here at Real Life Trading realized that. And we had to get the heck out. We had to change the way we did things. So we all took a hit. Everything works until it doesn't. So for all of these years, you should be making $100,000 on every single year. And then you lose $75,000 when it finally doesn't work. And that's pretty much how things go, right? So hopefully over those last 6 or 7 years, you've made $700,000 and then you lost $80,000 on the time where it no longer works. And then you go find the next thing that works and you go make $100,000 a year off of that thing that works for the next 5 or 10 years until it doesn't work. And then you'll lose $100,000, but you've made 500,000 in the meantime, or 600,000 in the meantime, right? That's how trading is. That's exactly how it works. You find the trend, you ride that trend. When the trend breaks and dies, you lose money, but you've made more money over the years than you're going to lose when that trend finally breaks. Does that make sense? So now it's time to find a new trend. So if you're hoping on these penny stocks, last year was your year for penny stocks. Everything else is going to suck now. We've got to find value and you've got to learn options to learn how to leverage your small account or leverage a large account, either way, but leverage your money to capitalize on these companies that are making money. When we look at Boeing and Expedia. Yeah. Okay. So Boeing does not make any money. They're going to be in trouble at the exact same time. They have so many deals with the government that might help them, but I could see Boeing coming right back down to $80 a share, maybe even $40 a share, that they're going to be in trouble. What I mean by the whole government thing is they can always do some new contracts with the government to save them because the government's so tied to them that they're going to try hard not to let them win. It's almost a company so big it can't fail, but COVID just about destroyed airlines. I mean, so these airline companies, they don't buy these jets, they lease them. And so when Boeing doesn't get paid leasing on thousands and thousands of jets because the airlines are like, sorry, I'm not making anything. Everything gets put on hold for a year. I don't know how you can. I mean, look what happened at 2020. You went from making $10 billion a year to losing $11 billion a year in 1 year. It's going to take a while to recover from that. So I always give you big picture because that makes it easier to work your way down. The big picture always plays out. So that will give you an edge when you're trying to look for some swing trades. So if you're looking at this for some swing trades on Boeing, I would look for a bounce back up and probably try to short this around like 210 with your stop up here. If we get above 230, it's going bullish. You'd be wrong. That's where you want your stop to be to get stopped out. In the meantime, I'm looking short because this is very, very weak. I wanted to short Boeing up here and it didn't quite get there. I was waiting for, I think, a year a little over a year. I'm still waiting for that area. I would have bought so many puts, and we pulled and then died. So I did not get my chance. I did not buy it. My alert never went off. But man, I could retire today if it got up to my level. And that's all trading is, my friends. Plan ahead. I was planning on this trade as soon as this dip came in right here. When we gapped down and died, I was like, I will short everything I have right there at that neckline. Whenever we get back there, whenever we get back to this neckline, I am shorting everything I have. And we almost did. You could have been like, Tony, why didn't you leg in? I wasn't even looking at it. I had an alert right here, and that alert never went off. Literally, my alert was like 285. And by the time I looked at it, Boeing was already working down into here. It just wasn't on my list. I put alerts, and then I don't look. If my alerts go off, I follow my plan and I do it. I missed it. So, and I don't know if we're going to get back up there anytime soon. And if we get back up there, I probably don't want to short it. I feel like this was the short right there. And I feel like that's going to continue, by the way. So you've got a long road in front of you with Boeing. A long road. They're going to improve, but it's not going to be a quick thing. So that's my thoughts on Boeing for a swing trade. I would look to short that on a bounce. EXPE. Expedia. Let's see how they're doing. Expedia is losing money, but they're actually holding up really well. So COVID, of course, destroyed them. And they're the one company so far that has not pulled right back from the 2020 bounce. I like the chart better. I don't like the fact that they're not making money. Now, they're getting better. Yeah, we haven't gotten updated reports yet, by the way. Those 2021 numbers are going to come in here a little bit. We haven't gotten those yet. But if we look here, there we go. So if I go to quarterly, they're actually back into the profit. So that makes a lot more sense why they're bouncing. We're back into the profit zone on Expedia. It might have some value on it, and people might be trying to travel a lot more since they're hoping that they were locked up for COVID, that travel might explode. That makes sense. But yeah, these are actually turning some profits here in 2021. At least the last quarter they did. So they're on an uptrend. So people might not be as scared of that. They're going to be able to weather the storm because loans are going to be really expensive to get. I mean, money is not going to be cheap anymore. It's not going to be an overnight thing, but it will be gradual. Money is going to get very expensive. Okay. I feel like you had something up there. You sold some puts. You want me to look at something. I'm trying to remember what you wanted. Oh, yeah. CELH. And then you sold some puts. What puts did you sell? Sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth here. Around 75. Ooh, you're going to buy some stock up at 75, my friend. Again, if you're reacting now, it's too late. You've got to have a game plan of what you're going to do if it gets below it. So I imagine you sold these $75 puts when it was up here somewhere, I bet. So you've got to say, okay, we break this level, I'm buying puts. I'm going to turn this into a bull put spread so I can manage my losses, control it, and be able to get out with a max loss. Like that was the time to do it. And then we break it. We have a little tiny bounce. You're already in the money. You're too late. When your strike is in the money, you're too late. It's not the end of the world. You can still work your way around this, but it gets a lot harder. And then most of the time you'll add risk into the equation. So if you're not perfectly right, you end up losing more money than just leaving it alone. But so these guys they are turning an income. Yeah, so they are profitable. That's good. So they can at least stand, I think. But the issue is they went up way too much, 2,000%. Your 50% pullback is coming into play. Maybe let me draw a line on this. We're close. I feel like we could be bouncing soon. If you do bounce, that's when you're going to want to hedge just in case it rolls back down or get the heck out. So that's what I'd be looking at. So Pat's saying VZ. Someday I'll get caught up on the chat pane. This is a very profitable company. It's in a pretty good trend. I like the fact that we've been making higher lows. What I don't like is the fact that we didn't bounce right here. So that's showing some weakness. So it's kind of losing a little bit of strength now. And it makes sense because we got into a previous massive resistance. So it kind of makes sense that we would hit that and pull back down. So now we need to figure out where's our massive support at. Our massive support's at 43. So the buying area on Verizon is $43, 43 to 45. That's where you want to be getting in. And I feel like the prices is kind of magnetized to that. It might take 7 months, but we'll probably get down to around $44. That's the buying spot. So I'm going to go ahead and put an alert right here. And I'm going to say long-term buying spot. And then I'm going to wait a year and a half for that alert to go off. Isn't trading fun? Isn't trading so cool? You just put an alert and then you have to sit there and do absolutely nothing for a year. And then you have to buy it. And then after you buy it, you're going to sit there for 5 months losing money because it's going to go lower because you hardly ever call the bottom. And then you go, all right, well, after 5 months, it goes lower and I'm losing all this money. And then after a year, you're kind of a little profitable. And then after 3 years, you're making a lot of money. And then after 5 years, people are like, you bought Verizon at $43 when it's worth $200 now. And you're like, yep. And that's the plan right there. That's the process. It just takes years. It's not a, I need to make money tomorrow type plan, right? So that's how you do it. You want to be, that's how you play the long-term game. Of course, for swing trades and stuff like that, you can set that up. I would look for a breakdown of this bull candle for a swing trade with my stop probably up above this week's candle or this month's. I'm sorry. So where would that be? What price is that? 49. So if we went to like a daily chart, yeah, right here. This would be a really good breakdown. But if you want to be aggressive, that was on a monthly chart. You're always going to be late on the monthly, right? So a bounce back up. This is a pretty decent place to short right here, actually. Earnings already happened. I might want to sell a bear call spread on this possibly. I should add this to my list. I kind of like it. How's this weekly looking? It's not bad. Let's see about this real fast. Yeah, I might be looking into this one. I like it. It just had earnings. Check this out real quick. Okay. It doesn't pay much. IV is decently high right now. It's within my 10%, so that's good. just doesn't pay anything. Man, bear call spreads suck. They really do. Oh, that's a good place for some right there. And it just blows. There's no premium. Yeah, even that, it sucks. There's nothing there. So that was fun. But if you want to swing trade that, I'd look to go short. All right, let me get caught back up on the chat pane because I know I'm missing a lot. Ray says NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually into one of my buying spots. These guys make money. Yeah, I kind of like NVIDIA around 160. I don't mind it now. It's not a bad spot to start working your way in. But I like that. Like that could play out. When are earnings? February. All right. Probably play this game as well. Looking to set up a bull put spread possibly on this guy. Saying mid-February. Yeah, that's probably about right. So yeah, that doesn't pay anything either. Earnings are going to screw that one up, so I can't do that either. All right. Ray, on NVIDIA, it could be setting up really nicely for some swing trades. I like the support. It's been pretty beat up. If we go to a weekly chart here, I feel like NVIDIA is going to bounce and probably get up to 230, 245. Might have another rollback down in it. I feel like the markets are going to be doing that. Might be having some bearishness coming in this year. It's not just going to go up this year. So, Kevin, what's up? EQIX. What do I think about them at these levels? It's not bad. I don't know anything about this business. They make money. How have they done? Of course, they're doing really well over COVID. Housing is just insane. What I always look for is where do we bounce previously? We've bounced off the 50 EMA on a monthly before, and so that might be my spot again, right off of this support. Somewhere up into there could be cool. So the levels right now are not bad. I think for me, I like to go even lower. I like to tell the stock what to do instead of see it and react. So I'm going to tell the stock to go a little bit lower, I think 645, 650 area. But we're getting close. And I feel like a bounce will come up. Maybe one more roll down off the 200 makes sense. That's right where that alert would be. Try to go. But yeah, it's getting there for sure, Kevin. I feel like this is a decent spot to be looking long. Are we rolling over on AMD? Michael, let's see here. I know I have a billion lines on this chart, so I don't want to get distracted by that. AMD could be putting in a little head and shoulders here, a massive head and shoulders. So Do we bounce up again? Yes, I do believe we get back up to 110, 120. And then another thing, as you can see, I feel like everything will trade lockstep because it's trade lockstep with the market so far. This is what I could see happening. If it wants to go lower, it definitely could. And $90 is a great buying spot. So I think we hit that support and then chop for probably 6 or 7 months and maybe get going again. Echo. I think that I already talked about it again. Let me know what you write in the chat pane again if you need me to go over CELH. But yeah, Hood's under its IPO. Yep. Hood's getting crushed. Getting crushed. See, that should don't sugarcoat it. Oh man. Mo, that's a great question. Zoom. I would wait for Zoom to get back down to $100 or close to it, like 110, that area. Personally, that's where I would look for Zoom to go long. I'll put an alert there as well. So if you think Boeing will continue go down, why not long? Pull. What do you mean by that, Angela? A long put, P-U-T. Maybe the autocorrect. It gets me every time I try to type in put. You just need to be aware of the risk. Just because you think it's going to go down, or I think it's going to go down, doesn't make it easy, because you're losing money every single day that you have that put out there. So if it takes 6 months for it to go down, but it does go down, you're going to lose your money on that put, right? So you need to know what you're doing with it. For me, I don't just buy something just because, like, or short something, right? I like to have the levels against it. I'm not just going to say, just like right here, Zoom, I honestly feel like it's going to get to 120. Does that mean I go ahead and buy puts then because I think it's going to get to 120? No, this is a terrible place to buy puts. This is a terrible place to buy puts. Could it go straight to 120? Yeah, it could. But what's most likely going to happen? I think we get another bounce back up to 180-ish, maybe 190. And this is where I want to be buying puts. Up around levels. I don't want to be out in no man's land. There's nothing out here for supports. I want to be buying off of resistances, those puts. Up here, and then if it starts to break higher, I know right away I'm wrong. We should not get really too much. I guess right here would be where I'm wrong. I would know above 200, I would be wrong, so I can get out. If I buy puts here, I have to wait for this to go all the way up to here before I figure I'm wrong. So I could go ahead and get out, but that might just be the time where it rolls down. So I want to wait. And if it goes there without me, it goes there without me. I'm going to wait for it to get up into here somewhere. That way, it's a very short move to $200 for me to figure out if I'm wrong or not. Manage risk. Does that make sense? My pleasure, my friend. Correct, Steve. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot because they can't go too high, which is going to make them take other strategies, but they will go higher. Interest rates won't stay at zero. But that is very, very true. We have so much debt as a country that we can't really raise our rates too high, or else we won't be able to afford our own debt. Right? So good job, America. Woo! You crushed this one. You guys are fantastic. 70 years in the making now of screwing ourselves over, and we're gonna catch. We'll be the one catching the can that every generation's kicked down the road. Yeah, Steve, I completely agree with you though. Can't go too high because we're actually the ones in tons of debt. What setup is that, Blake, for AMD? Day trade or which setup one is that? Michael says for VZ. What about a strike at 57.50? It depends, Michael, on the time frame, and it depends on what you're trying to do. Are those calls or puts? For me, I'm not doing anything until it gets down to around 45. And why is that? If I'm going to go long, I want to use this support to know if I'm wrong. If it comes down to here, I'm not technically wrong on the bull end until we get below that. So if I buy calls up here, I have to wait for it to come all the way down to here to figure out if I'm even wrong. In the meantime, I've lost a lot of money. So I would rather be buying here so that it has a very small move to go for me to figure out if I'm wrong. If I'm buying puts, then it makes sense, right? I have a resistance level right here. So I could figure out if I'm wrong relatively quick. Go that way. But yeah, I'll have to look up on the chat pane here what you said. Sorry, I'm just way far behind, so I'm playing catch up with it. Mike said for a bear. Oh, for a bear call spread on Verizon. I looked, it doesn't pay enough. Yes, this is on YouTube Live, so you can go and watch this on YouTube over again. Pat, thanks for being here, though. Yeah, Don, I can definitely help you out for sure. Let's see, AMD. So you want to get into AMD right around in here, and you're looking long term, right? What kind of calls are you looking at, Don, for this AMD stuff? And I'll get back. I know I just passed a lot of people in the chat pane, but some AMD at this price and thinking about buying some calls. Okay, so I'm guessing longer term. Okay, so I would go out 2 years, and you could probably go 40 delta on that is usually pretty decent, so you can sell calls against it and then hedge it, right? So I'm keeping an eye on this level right here, 74, 75. That's where I'm like, if we get below that, I know we're no longer bullish. If we close below that, that's a big thing. Not just get below it, but close below it on a monthly or a weekly. Most of the time I look for a weekly. So that would be the place where I'm like, I'm wrong. Does that mean that's where I hedge? No, I probably hedge a lot sooner than that, but we're already down a ton. If you buy it and it goes lower, don't hedge because it's close to a short-term bounce. I don't know if this is going to be the bounce. Maybe it is. But these are good prices to buy AMD at. I completely agree. This is my first leg in, and then I'm going to be legging in lower and lower and lower. But I have alerts to tell me what happens at these supports. I want to see what happens at these levels to determine how I go about doing that. So what I would do is just go ahead and buy your options and let it be for a month. See what happens. Let it build some areas, right? Let it come down a little bit lower possibly and let it bounce and then come around. Now you have a level you can use to hedge. If it comes lower, now you're buying puts. If it closes below that, something like that. Be patient with it. Let it work. If it's long-term, let it be long-term. Don't let your emotions over the next 2 weeks screw up a 2-year long trade. Because AMD, you might buy this thing and AMD just dies. And you're like, oh my gosh, I just buy all the puts or get out. And then a month later, it's back up to 140. And then 3 years later, you're at 300. And you're like, oh, my emotions for this 2 weeks just screwed me out of so much money, right? If it's long-term, let it be long-term. If I buy something long-term, I usually don't look at it for the first 2 months. There's no point. I'm not going to do anything. If I'm buying something long-term, I'm buying it on this. I'm buying a massive dip, a massive pullback. I fully expect it to go lower, but I'm also not going to hedge after it's just pulled back 20% because we're probably getting ready for a bounce. It just might not come right where I bought it at. Does that mean I want to buy puts here? No, because it's buy puts and then it bounces and I lose money on those puts. So I just be patient, let it work, Come visit again in 2 months. Only for long-term trades. If you're doing anything shorter than a year or two out, this strategy won't work. But if you're buying something you're planning on holding for 2 years at least, let it go. Let it be there for a few months. Don't even look at it. Forget you're even in it. And then 7 months later, you'll be really glad you did, because your emotions, this is where the emotions are going to be at. This is where the volume is going to happen. This is where another big dip is most likely going to come in. And all of your emotions here are going to screw you. That's why I also pyramid in, right? I pyramid into place so I'm not all in and I don't have any more powder to buy more if it goes lower. But on a long term, do you buy close to the money or $10 to $20 out of the money? I buy closer to the money. I don't buy at the money, I buy closer to the money. Cool. I missed a ton. On here. Let me see what else. Angela says, when you plan to make credit put spreads, what time frame are you looking at to find your entry? Depends on the time frame I'm doing my credit spread, but most of the time it's on a weekly. So Havar says, any sector you think is going to do really good bullish this year? I think all sectors are going to get wrecked and chopped. And then later on this year, they'll find a base and make money to the downside. I don't know of one sector that's going to stand out, maybe energy. But that's already had its run. Like, it might be done now too. So, I'm just going to wait. I feel like everything has been so high for the last 3 years. Whenever everything goes massively high for years on end, wait. Like, I'm going to do something that no one's ever done. I'm going to go to a 12-month chart. Okay. 12-month chart. Each candle is a year. Let's just go look at the SPY. We have gone straight up. It's like a sin to have a bear year. I feel this year is going to break this trend, me personally. And if it continues to go higher, fine. I'm buying some dips in here, but I am waiting for this thing to work its way back into EMAs. Long-term always plays out. Where do you think I'm buying the SPY at? 350 to 300. Me personally. Will it get down there? I don't know. I'll wait another 2 years. I'm the most patient trader in the world. I will wait 3 years for me to get my entry. And when I get my entry, I'm going to freaking make millions because I was able to wait. Tell the stock what to do. I'm telling the SPY, sometime within the next 3 years, I want you down around 300 to 350. I might get that in 2 months. Or it might take 2 years, but I'm going to wait, right? The bigger time frames always play out. They always do. What does this look familiar like? I'm just going to go ahead and do this real quick. Okay, look at what we look like right now. And let's go ahead and rewind it to here. Does this move look a lot like what we're in right now? Yes. My plan right now would be to buy off the 10 EMA on a yearly. Where's the 10 EMA at on a yearly on this? And let's see how long it takes for it to get down to that 10 EMA. Okay, still going. This might take a while. This is as fast as it goes, by the way. Come on. You can do it. Can I go any faster than this? I don't know if I can go any faster than this. Okay, so that took 1 year. I'd still be waiting 1 year. It's going higher, higher. And then it got drug up. So that never even touched it. I'd still be waiting for it. It was late to it. So I would still be waiting. And I think it finally does get to it later on, but I have to undo this because I'm not going to spend. There we go, right here. COVID drop. finally hit the dumb thing. Buying. Rampage. Guess what's going to happen here? I'm probably going to have to wait a year or two, but when it gets down to this thing, buy it. Let's go back to COVID real quick. How would you be feeling right now if you bought the lows of COVID? You'd be feeling pretty wealthy, wouldn't you? How long did it take for this thing to hit that? It took years of waiting. Does that mean I'm not doing anything in the? No, I'm doing a ton of stuff. I'm doing swing trades. I'm day trading. I'm selling options. I'm making my money. But my massive gains, my $1 million in 2 years, those trades take years to wait for. So wait. I am in mostly cash. I'm selling credit spreads. I'm just slowly working my way around the markets, making money. And I'll put my cash onto something. When SPY gets down to 360, you'll see my cash leave my account. I'm buying a lot of it. And then I'm waiting. So, do I see energy and banks continuing their strength? Yes, I do. Energy, we'll see. They might be peaking out. Banks, I feel like financials are going to do well. Yeah, I feel like they will continue to do well. Alex saying, what does it mean buying at the money? Maybe that's what you're asking. So if you buy a strike, let's say you bought the 440 strike. Well, actually, I should do it closer to the money here. That's in the money. Wherever the price is, and you buy the strike at that price, you're buying at the money. If you buy a strike that is for a call above the current price, you're buying in the money. Oh, sorry. Down here, below the current price, you're buying in the money. If you buy a call outside the money, that means you're buying it up above the price for calls. Same thing, just flipped with puts. You can look that up. Tons of YouTube videos out there. Don't be intimidated by options, my friends. They're not that hard to learn. Yep, my pleasure. It's like anything, right? You need the right teacher. So if you sit down and watch a YouTube video and they're like, let me teach you about the mathematical equations that go into making up delta. And that's why everyone's confused on options. When you're learning how to drive a car, if I'm teaching you how to drive a car, I'm not going to be like, all right, before you ever get behind the wheel, let's pull the hood and let's go. All right. When you press the gas pedal, it sends an electronic signal to this box. This box then transfers that signal into this lever that then pulls this valve, that opens this valve and puts fuel into the cylinder. That fuel then combusts. No, shut up. Get into the car. That pedal on the right makes the car go. The pedal on the left makes the car stop. Like, that's how you teach someone how to drive a car, right? You don't start by, let me teach you the reason why the engine moves. Shut up. Just, if you want to learn how to drive a car, turning this circle thing left turns the car left. Turning this circle thing right turns the car right, right? So when you're learning options, you don't need to know the mathematical equations of why everything does what it does. You just need to know the basics. A call gains value as the price moves up. A put gains value as the price goes down. We're going to start with that. Once you understand this, you can pretty much trade options. Was that complicated? Pretty dang easy, right? It really wasn't that bad. A call goes up. A put for going down. Okay, we're starting with that. Now, do you need to know everything else? Yes, but you don't need to know it at the start. You don't need to be an expert on the mathematical equations of delta to figure out how to trade options. You don't have to do that. Call goes up, put goes down. Cool. Step one. Step two, at the money, in the money, out of the money. What the heck does that mean? Let me show you in basic terms, gas pedal on the right, brake pedal on the left. Brake means stop, gas means go. Once you understand this little thing right here, I'm going to teach you, you can trade options. And you'll have a decent understanding of what you're doing. Now, the more understanding you have of options, the more you can make money with them, the more you can use them to help you not lose money. Don't just stop here. Continue your education always. You do need to understand the reason why options do what they do. But you don't have to be a master at them to be able to trade them. And this is like this mental block. We go onto YouTube, we watch this video, and then you're struggling, right? Angela, if the difficult part is figuring out the movement of the stock, you can use options that make money without being correct on the stock price movement. How cool is that's how I make my money every week? Is I sell certain options that make money. Not, most of the time we think about it like if I buy something, the stock has to go up to make money. I would say this is the most difficult part of trading, especially when you're starting out, is how do I know what the stock's going to do? So what I do is I give myself a cushion. So if you were to buy shares right here, the stock has to go up to make money. If it goes down, you lose money. If you buy calls, the stock has to go up to make money. We just learned that, right? If it stays sideways, you lose money. If it goes down, you lose money. So if the price is here and I sell a credit spread down here, I win as long as the price stays above this line right there. So the stock can go up, it can go kind of up, it can go flat sideways and not move at all. It can go down, it can go way down. It just can't go straight down. This is the only one I lose on. That's why I'm able to have a 90% win rate, because I don't have to be perfectly correct on the price movement. I can be wrong. It can actually go lower after I get in and still win. I just can't be dead wrong where it just dies, completely falls apart overnight. That's the only way I lose. And by the way, I have a hedge plan in case this happens, because this will happen. It's impossible to avoid that 100% of the time. Impossible. News events will come out overnight and change this, and this will happen, right? But 90% of the time, you're going to get one of these equations right there, one of those outcomes, and you're going to win. You don't have to be perfectly correct. Anytime you buy something, you have to be perfectly correct. If it does not bounce and move in your direction, you will not make money. So why not sell options and do it in a way with a specific strategy? Do it in a way so that you can have multiple ways of making money, right? This thing could go down as long as it just doesn't go straight down. Give yourself a cushion to be wrong and still make all your money. You can hit full profit target. So if your target is up here at 2 Rs, if your profit target is up here at 2 Rs and you buy it here, this thing has to go all the way, right? It has to go all the way to there. So you buy it here, it has to go over here. It has to go to here in order for you to make $700. What if I told you if the price was here, you sold this, you make $700 as long as it stays above that line. So it can even go below that line as long as it doesn't close below it by expiration. You make $700, even though you were dead wrong on the price. You thought it would bounce. How cool is that? Most people is like, I would do anything to make $700 on a trade. What if I showed you how to make $700 on a trade and do it with a 90% win rate? Because honestly, type in a one if that's your struggle. You kind of know how to trade, but you just can't quite get the direction of the markets right. Tons, yeah, for sure. That's everyone's problem. For the most part, 95% of the people struggle with the movement of the price. Yeah, we're getting hundreds of ones in there. It's filling up. Every person in this room is typing in a 1. I created a strategy that doesn't require you to be perfectly correct on the price movement. In fact, you don't even have to be correct on the price movement. You just have to not be dead wrong. And if you are dead wrong, I'll show you how to make it so you still make money even when you're dead wrong. Type in a 2 if you want to know what that is. And I'm going to go back to explaining more on options here real quick. There we go. Every person that typed in a 2, we're getting tons of 2s out there. Tons of 2s. I literally have something that is going to change your life. It's not bull crap. It's not this will make you $1 million tomorrow. It's a legit, honest, true to heart strategy that I use every day, every week. And I've been using it every day, every week for years. Go to reallifetrading.com. reallifetrading.com. So take the masterclass. Take the masterclass. That's exactly what I'm trying to get to. My friends, I've already done this for you. Click on online courses, scroll down to masterclasses, and click on this credit spread class. This is the strategy that will solve what issues you just said you have. You don't have to be perfectly correct on the price movement anymore. I had hundreds of people just type in, this is what I struggle with. This is the exact reason why I made this course, is because my mission in life, I've already made it. I'm already good. I don't have to work another day in my life. My passion in life is to turn around and help you do the same thing. Alex, a couple $1,000. That's all you need to start. You need to have the right expectations, and I'll teach you the expectations in this. But again, I don't care. I'm not trying to do, I'm just saying like 5,000 is perfect. It's a good start for sure. That's very, very doable. If every single person that typed in a 1 is struggling with, I'm good, except I just can't quite get the price movement correct. That's what I'm hearing. This is a strategy that will allow you to have a cushion to be wrong. You don't even have to be right, and you'll still make that $700 per trade. As long as you're, again, I go over all the sizing on all the accounts. If you want this, if you don't want this, create a strategy, learn options, and create your own strategy with credit spreads. But this strategy, this one right here did 1,000% ROI last year. It says it's an interview. No, that's just the video. That's just if you want to learn more of my, I did this before I was even with RLT. Jerremy interviewed me when I was doing stuff. That's it. I'm saying $700 per spread. So if you do 3 spreads a week with a 90% win rate, and that depends on your account size, right? That would be doing about 10 contracts. So I would recommend having about a $20,000 account to do that, to make that much money on per spread. Expect to make about 10% a month on your account to the minimum. You shouldn't do any less than that. So if you scroll down, this is what the strategy is. This is what you'll learn. This is the module. This is what is in this right here. So class number 1 is you'll get my quick notes on how to do all this stuff, the indicator, all that stuff. But we're going to talk about what is a credit spread and the 2 types of credit spreads that I trade, and then how to do this in your broker. Yeah. Class 2, we're going to talk about my monthly credit spreads. I'm going to literally show you every step of how to set it up, how to find it, how to manage it when you're in it, how to get out for a profit, and what to do if it loses. This is, and then we have all of this, my short-term credit spreads, my hedging. I'll show you exactly how to hedge. And then module 5, part 2 hedging. So that's what you're going to learn in this masterclass. I'm going to show you every detail you need to know to trade this and not follow me on trades. I did this so that you could learn how to do this yourself. You can go find the trade. You will know how to manage it. You will know how to get into it. You'll know how to get out of it. And you can start changing your life. This is my passion. I am a mentor as well. Correct. Yep. That's what I do. So I point people to this because it solves your problem. I'm not, it's not like I'm like, this is the only thing that'll work. No, I'm saying if you have an issue with direction of the market and you're like, I can be kind of right, but I'm just not truly right, right? If you're like, hey, I can get in here and my target's up here and I can buy it and it always kind of goes to here and then fails and I lose. So I'm kind of right, but I can never get it to go to my target. This is exactly what you need. As long as you're kind of right, you're going to crush it. Lara says you took it. It's worth much more than it cost you, Lara. I agree. I should be charging 10 grand for this thing. I wanted to make this as literally like at cost. How much this cost me to make is what I just charged you to do this. Chris says, what are some common challenges you see in your students that are struggling with doing credit spreads? That they are struggling with as they're doing credit spreads? I would say they are the same things they're struggling with in other strategies. Their emotions. They allow their emotions to get in the way. All you have to do is follow this plan. That's it. Follow the plan. When it's scary, the plan will tell you exactly what to do. When it's working, the plan will tell you exactly what to do. And people don't follow the plan. And so they don't make as much money as they should, or they lost more money than they should have because they didn't follow it. They let their emotions take over. So that's probably one of the biggest things. And that's going to be true with any strategy that you have. If you can't follow that strategy that's proven profitable, if you can't play the game, you're going to struggle. So that's a big part of it. I would say the second part of it is, that's a pretty big one. Let's see. I would say just them needing to go over the course a couple more times. Most of the time, the questions they have, I always point them back to this segment. Here, watch this segment again. It's 10 minutes long and it's in there. So there's a lot of information in here in that course. Watch it 2 or 3 times. Invest your time, right? I'm literally showing something that could replace your salary almost right away. This doesn't take 10 years to learn. I mean, you could pick this up in 3 weeks and start making $800 a week. And I'm not bullcrapping you. That's what people do. Like, we ran a poll and it was well over 70% of the people made the price of the cost of the class back the following week. The very first spread they did, they made back their first investment of they made like over $500 on their spread in the very first trade they took. They've been in the green ever since. And are there ups and downs? Yes, this strategy is not 100% win rate. You will have losses like with any strategy. This is not the perfect, there is no golden child perfect strategy. And the reason why this has such a high win rate is because we're selling options. It's not that I'm some genius. You're selling options. They have a higher win rate. With that comes a bigger risk. And that's why my plan shows you how to manage your risk. It's so important. So important. Heather, what is helpful to know before taking this course? You need to know how options are priced. So let's dive into that. Okay. And if you guys have more questions, let me know on the options course thing. But I'm trying to show you here on the last day, on the last day of the free week, you all just told me you're struggling with, I can't quite get the right movement. I can buy it and I'm kind of right. And then I just can't figure out the movement necessarily. This is your answer. Okay. So options. If the price is right here, you have 2 things that go into the option price. You have intrinsic value and you have extrinsic value. There's more, but let's just start with that. Okay. So what the heck does that mean? Yeah, it's only 1 week, man. We do this twice a year for 1 week, where we just try to pour as much value into your life as we can for 1 week. Tashi, that's very realistic, yes. For me, this is the strategy that saved my butt. So I created this strategy out of necessity. I was getting my butt kicked in the markets. I quit my job to trade full time. I had to make $5,000 a month and I just was getting destroyed. I lost literally everything, went to zeros in my bank account, took out a loan, and then I knew credit spreads were consistent and I wanted consistency, but they only made like $500 a month. You just don't make a lot of money with credit spreads. I'm like, how can I make a lot of money with credit spreads? Because I want that consistency. That's where this strategy came out of. So with $15,000 in my trading account, I averaged $1,000 to $2,000 every single week for like 2.5 years straight. And of course, my account grew, but I never did worse than that. I never missed a month of bills ever again once I had that. So, and this is the exact same thing I'm teaching you. So, you have the actual value of the option. So we need to figure out what an option is. Okay. A call option. Remember, call options make money as the price goes up. Okay. Remember that basic. What the heck is a call option? A call option is a contract. You are agreeing to enter into a contract to potentially buy something if you want it. Yes, Donna, they work in a bear market as well. You can sell bear call spreads. So a call is it's a contract to say, I'm agreeing to buy this if I want to. I don't have the obligation, but I have the opportunity to buy this. So if the stock right now is at $524, that's the current price of the stock, and you go ahead and you buy a $536 strike, what does that mean? It says you agreed to enter in to have the opportunity to buy the stock at $536. Okay. What is intrinsic value? It's the value of this actual option. So if expiration came today, oh yeah, and by the way, you have a time period for this to work, right? So you have a time period to buy this or decide not to buy this. So by the time period, by the expiration, so if you do this in 2 weeks, after 2 weeks is up, you got to make a decision. Do you want to buy the stock at 536 or not? Well, if the stock is still at $524, why the heck would you buy it at 536 when you could just buy it for cheaper at 524? So what is the intrinsic value of this option? What's the actual value of that option? Anyone want to guess? Who would buy a stock at $536 when it's trading at $524 right now? No one. It's worth zero. The intrinsic value is what the option is actually worth. This one in this instance is worth zero. What happens, and again, we're going to go to extrinsic value soon, but what happens if you bought this option and a week later, the price now went up to $546? Let's just do easy math. $546. What's the intrinsic value of this option? What's this option actually worth? So you agreed, no matter where this price is, you get the opportunity to buy this at $536. And the current price is at $546. You are up $10 on that, right? There's a $10 value. There's a $10 intrinsic value on that option. Each option is worth 100 shares. So you need to times that 10 by 100. So exactly right. 1K of value. But $10 is actually correct as well. Both of them work, right? The actual price of that option will be $10, but you need to realize it's times that by 100, and then it works out to be 1K. That's intrinsic value. Does that make sense? Anyone have any questions on what intrinsic value is? It's what the option is actually worth. If it expired today, what value is there? Is there value at being able to buy something at 536 when the price is at 546? Yes, totally. Okay. We got that. Type in a 1 if you're like, okay, I understand intrinsic value. Type in a 2 if you're like, I still don't know what you're talking about. We got a ton of 1s. Okay, so let's move to extrinsic value. I'm going to delete all this. Here, I'll just... Okay. Extrinsic value is... It's not going back far enough. The price is right here at 525. Okay. We buy that strike at 535. Extrinsic value is the hope factor. So the price is currently down here. So you'd say, why the frick would I buy this thing? Because it's worth nothing technically, right? So why is there any value on this option? Because it's out of the money. It's worth nothing. Well, because there is a hope factor that in 2 weeks, because there's still 2 weeks till expiration, that you could buy this thing for cheaper because all you're paying for is hope. And it could actually go in the money and then gain value so that you could spend money on hope. You might spend $200 on hope, even though technically you realize this is worth zero at the moment. But you're willing to spend $200 on hope for the hope factor that this goes higher. And then that $200 is now worth $1,000 because it has value. That's extrinsic value. The extrinsic value is simply hope. I know technically this is worth zero, but it's got 2 weeks and I think this is going to bounce. So there's value in that because there's time left on it for the price to move. Does that make sense? Do you understand what extrinsic value is? It's simply the hope factor. Technically, this option's worth zero. If it expired today, this option's worth zero. Type in a 1 if you're good with that. You're good with extrinsic value. Extrinsic value is simply the hope factor. It could be worth something in the future, so there's value to that. We're good. Okay. Now let's tie this in. If the option price, or I'm sorry, if the current price of the stock is at 525, and you're thinking about buying a call, you can buy a call that expires in 1 week. You can buy a call that expires in 1 month, or you can buy a call that expires in 1 year. The next thing we need to talk about is implied volatility. What the heck is that? Implied volatility is the expected move. The expected move. So if we're thinking about an option here for 1 week out, how much of a move could this stock make? Well, on average, it moves $10 a week. So the expected move, if everything's normal, and this is calculated a little bit differently, but I'll tell you, we'll go into that later. I'm trying to keep this just basic, right? So you can at least just understand the concept. The average move for 1 week is probably going to be about a $10 move. What about in 1 month? Well, if we stick to the math, just to keep it simple, this isn't how it's calculated, but just to keep it simple, let's say it's a $40 move. And you notice it's either direction. It's $40 up or it's $40 down because they don't know which way it's going to go. They just know there's a good chance we're going to go $40 either way in this month. What about a year? There's a pretty good chance it's going to move, let's just say, 400 points in a year. So a really big move, and that's 400 points down or 400 points up. Implied volatility is just simply the expected move for the expiration you're looking at. If you're looking at 1 year out, it's going to have a very large implied volatility compared to 1 week out, because how much is it going to move in a week compared to a year? A year has the opportunity to move a lot more. Make sense? We're good with this? You understand what implied volatility is? Okay. Cool. There's other factors that go into changing that, but we need to make sure we're good with that. So type in a 1 if you're good with implied volatility. It's just simply based on how long you're going out, implied volatility is expecting that much of a move. We're good. Okay. Let's tie all this together now. Again, the stock is still at $525. You're looking at buying an option. You still have all these. You have 1 week, you have 1 month, you have 1 year. There is theta. Theta is probably the one thing you need to know right away. Theta is your worst enemy or your best friend if you're selling. What the heck is theta? The simplest way to think of theta, again, I'm giving you gas pedal go, brake pedal means stop. You can look into what theta actually is, but this is the easiest way to think about it. It's time decay. And what the heck does that mean? Theta, if you think of theta as the probability that this will be in the money by expiration. Okay, so if we go ahead and buy a strike that's up at $550 strike, the current price is at $525. Okay, so the 550 strike up here. We know that technically, intrinsically, this is worth zero at the moment, right? There's actually no value to that option, but we know that there's a lot of hope value to that option, right? Let's say we go ahead and we buy this thing 1 week out. So this stock has 1 week to get up to $550 or else it's worth nothing. Theta every single day, every single hour is calculating the probability that this is going to happen. So what if the day you buy this, it starts to go up and you're like, ooh, there's a pretty good probability that this could do it. And then the next day it goes up and you're actually worth this option is growing in value, right? Because it's becoming closer and closer to in the money. The hope factor is growing every day a lot more that this will actually be in the money because it's actually moving towards it. So the hope factor is going up. You have a lot of things going in that are pushing the value of this option, right? If you spent $200 on this option, it's probably worth $300 or $400 at this point, right? It's gone up a lot because the hope factor's gone up a lot because it's actually moving there. What if after 2 days of going up, you get one down day like this, boom, one big bear candle comes in. What is the probability now saying? Well, frick, you only have 2 or 3 trading days left to get up here. And the odds of you taking out this bear candle are a little bit lower now. So the probability that this will actually be in the money just got crushed. So you were up $400. You are now down negative $120. And people are like, I was just up $400. How am I down 1 day later? I'm down $120 now. How? Theta just ate your lunch. Delta just screwed you over. We'll go to all of that. Everything that goes into a price of an option is against you now because it only has a day or two to overcome this big barrier and actually get above 550. Remember, we're not even at 550. So technically, the option is worth zero. So if you spent $200 on this option, you know you spent $200 on something that's technically worth zero. And the only way it's actually going to be valuable is if this thing moves up past that 550 strike. So theta is going, the closer you get to expiration, theta becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. Theta takes value off of the option. It's simply saying the probability that this thing will get up above that is not very high anymore because one bear day came in. That's it. That's all it takes. Let's look at this exact same scenario, but instead of going 1 week out, we go 1 month out. Okay, so we bought the 525, or I'm sorry, the strike, the stock is at 525. We buy the 550 up here again. Okay, again, technically it's worth zero, but there's a big hope factor, right? We buy this thing 1 month out, and the same exact scenario happens. One day we go up, the next day we go up, the third day, big down day. Who's going to lose less money? The person that has that person that has 2 days left on this thing to get up above this and here, or the person that still has 28 days left on it to get up above here? What probability is higher? Yeah, the 2 days left are going to get screwed. They're going to lose the most money because the probability of this getting back up there is very, very low in 2 days. It's possible. That's why it's not at zero. It's not, the value of that option is not at zero. There's always a possibility until expiration, but the probability is very low. So you're going to be, the value of this option is probably going to be $50, even though you paid $200 for it. Rhea, my bestest friend in the whole world. What is up? I've missed you. Oh, thank you for saying hello. Thank you for saying hello. So theta is that probability. It's a good way to think of it. Again, this isn't how it worked. I did order Dash. Yeah. Thank you for my present, by the way, with that. That was awesome. Me and Rhea go way back when in the beginner's room here at Real Life Trading. Me, Steph, and Rhea, the OGs. So anyways, back to this real quick because my time's almost up off the mic. If you have 1 month left and you have this big candle come in, is it going to affect your P&L that much? Not that much. It will affect your P&L, but not as much as if you had 2 days left, because now your probability is in the trash can, right? But if you still have 28 days left, there's a really good chance that it has time to go up and actually get into the money. There's a bigger hope factor because there's more time with that. But the bigger the hope factor, the bigger the hope, the more money that's going to cost you. So an option that expires in 1 month, you now see the value of that, right? You see how that's so much easier to make money with an option that has 28 days left on it instead of an option that has 2 days left on it. Type in a 1 if you see that. We're good with that? The more time you have on your option, the more opportunity it has to actually make the move you want it to move. Okay, we're good with that. Good. That's why that's going to cost you more money. Are you technically paying more money for something that's worthless? Technically, yes. But you're giving yourself the best opportunity possible to make money on that compared to 2 days. Is 2 days going to cost you a heck of a lot less? Yeah, because the hope is not going to be as much. There's only 2 days. But what do you have more of a chance to actually make money on? The 2 day, buying 2 day options because they're cheap? Or buying options further out in time that give you more chance even though they're more expensive? Dude, you have a much better chance spending more money on options of making money than you do spending less money. That's the issue. Most people are like, I could spend $2,000 on this call, or I could spend $400 on this call. I'll spend the $400. What does this $400 do? It usually means there's not that much time till expiration, and it usually means it's way out of the money, which means the stock has to make a massive move before this option's even worth anything, before this option has any intrinsic value on it. So the odds of you making money on this stock, on this call, probably 10% or less. So you only spent $400 on it, but there's a 90% chance this $400 is gone. You're never going to make any money on that. What about you spend $2,000? Well, $2,000 usually means you probably went out further in time. You probably gave yourself a month. You're probably not as far out of the money, so the stock doesn't have to make as big of a move. Your odds of making money on that are probably more like 40%, maybe 50, depending on what strike you got. So yes, this is way more money, but your odds of actually making money are more like a coin flip instead of a lottery ticket. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, exactly. So what happens if the price is at $525 and you buy the strike? Instead of buying an out of the money strike that's technically worth zero, what if you bought the strike that's at the money, which means currently at the price of this? Is there intrinsic value to this option? Yes. Is there also some hope on this option that it could continue to go higher? Yes. Is this option going to cost you a lot of money? Yes. But you're starting out at the money. You're starting out already with value. You already know that this thing will be worth something. The odds of making money on this are a lot higher. That's why it costs more money. The more money on an option, the better chance you have of making money. I didn't say guarantee you're going to make money. I said the better chance you have at making money. Most people go way out of the money and they give themselves 1 week. You're screwed. This is who I'm selling to. You're screwed. This is all you need to know in options in order to sell credit spreads. This is it. Once you understand what not to do, you don't want to buy options way out of the money with short time. So if you're selling options, let's just throw this in here before I jump off the mic. What does that mean if you're selling options? So the stock price is here, and I sold the $600 when this is at 520, and I gave it 2 weeks out. What are the odds this thing goes up $50 in 2 weeks?
probably a little bit less than 10%. So whenever someone buys this option, it costs them $600 to buy this option. Where did this $600 go when you buy an option? It goes to the person that sold it to you. So if I sold this option, I just got paid $600. It's already in my bank account. It's done. It's mine. But there's a difference. I entered into a contract that I have to sell shares at that strike. I don't get the opportunity. I don't get the obligation to not to. I have to. Okay. For calls. We're just talking about calls. We'll talk about puts later, and it's a lot easier to understand. But for this analogy we're talking about, this has a 10% chance of actually coming in the money, which means it has a 90% chance of staying out of the money. So I have a 90% chance that this $600 is going to be mine. I won't have to do anything with it. How cool is that? So now this stock can do anything it wants to do. It can go sideways. It can go down. It can go way down. It can go up. It can go a lot up. It just can't go straight up in 2 weeks. What are the odds of this thing rampaging in 2 weeks? Less than 10%. Are there odds? Yes, but they're very small. So I would much rather have a 90% chance of making $600 than to buy calls, spend $600 on calls, and have a 10% chance that it goes up to the thing. My friends, this is all options are. Was that hard? Was that super confusing? Now, I imagine it wasn't super easy, but it wasn't like our perception of options are like, oh man, I could blow up my entire account with options. And my broker makes me sign a thing saying, well, I understand I can lose a lot of money with options. And you only lose a lot of money are the people that don't know what the frick they're doing. People keep selling, keep buying my options. I keep selling them options that have literally a 2% chance of ever losing. And people keep saying, yeah, I'll take your $700. Go ahead. This is never going to work out. So let's apply this to real life real quick before I jump off the mic. Let's go to Tesla. Tesla is having a massive move down. What are people that don't know what they're doing? What are they doing right now that we just talked about not to do? So if we're talking about puts, it's the exact same thing. It's just flipped upside down. So remember, calls, here's the price. We're buying it up here. Puts, it's the exact opposite. So here's the price. We're buying it out of the money down here. It has to go down here before this put is worth anything. What's happening right now on Tesla? Right now, as we speak, people are buying a crap ton of puts. And why are they buying puts? Because Tesla's going down and they're getting scared. What do we know as experienced traders? We know that Tesla has already made a massive move lower. We know that Tesla has a lot of support in the way. And we know that they're very late. They're going to be buying puts. They're going to be spending $1,000 on puts. And what are they going to be doing? Because it's going to cost 10 grand to buy puts at the money. So what are they going to do? They are going to go ahead and buy the puts way out of the money. They're going to buy the 560 puts way out here, which means the price has to come all the way down to here for this put to even be worth something. And when are they going to do? Are they going to give themselves a month or two? Nah, they'll probably do a week or two out because that's cheaper. I can't. I'm already spending too much. I'm already spending $1,000, but Tesla for sure is going lower. I mean, it's broke this support. We're going lower. No doubt, right? No doubt. So let's go ahead and do this thing 2 weeks out. Tesla has 2 weeks to get below this. Again, all of these analogies, it's the gas pedals go, the brake pedal means stop. Theta doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the probability, but that's the easiest way for your brain to catch it and then start to learn, because you can trade thinking that way. Theta is time decay, not probability. Delta is probability. So, but that's the easiest way for people to start to understand theta. It really is. In my experience of teaching, once they understand what theta does, how they understand how theta ramps up closer to expiration, They can go, I can trade with that knowledge. So instead of buying these puts, what if we sold these puts? Because what are the odds Tesla is going to dump another 10% over the next 2 weeks? It's possible. There's a lot of hope being sold in those puts, but realistically, what's going to happen? Tesla could go a little bit lower, but it's probably going to actually start to bounce. And what's going to happen as soon as this thing bounces? The probability that this is in the money in 2 weeks goes basically to nothing. So if they spend $1,000 for this option, it's probably going to be worth about $200 in about 3 days if it bounces. Because it has to perfectly work in order for someone. It's a lottery ticket. It's the lottery ticket. So what I just did was I sold this for $1,000. And then do I really want to hold the commitment for this? No. So what do? I buy it back. I exit early. And how much does it cost me to buy this thing back? $200. I just made $800 in 2 days, and I have a 90% chance of that happening. Time in, time out. Boom. Do you now understand how you can make money without having to be right on the market? If Tesla goes lower, if Tesla goes lower, but it doesn't go all the way down to 540, do we still make our $800? Yes. You could be dead wrong and still make $800 on the market. This is why I'm so passionate. Because credit spreads changed my life. I went from broke to working. Before I joined RLT, when I was just trading credit spreads full time, I worked like an hour a week, and I made more money in that hour than I would working an entire 80-hour week. I would sell 2 of these credit spreads. I would make like $2,500 a week, $3,000 a week, depending on how many I sold, and I'd be done. And I was like, this is the stupid, like literally, I'm like, there's no way this is legal. Is this real? How do people not know about this? How can I sit here and go, where is this thing not going to go in 2 weeks? Oh, it's going to go down to here. Okay. Troy, 72 hours a week, man. I know. I came from the trucking industry. I owned a trucking business. It was 80 hours a week nonstop. And I went from doing that to making a couple $1,000s a week, which was more than enough. $10,000 a month. And I did it in an hour a week. It's insane. So my friends, there's a lot more that goes into this. There's a lot of things you want to avoid. There are a lot of risks in this. That's why I want you to learn how to do this. And my masterclass will teach you how, or you can learn it yourself. Either way, you can spend money to learn from my mistakes, or you can go out there and make your own mistakes. Either way, learn this strategy. Learn how options work. Options are not scary if you know what you're doing. Make sense? My friends, my time is up. I'll send you the link one more time to this. If you want it, if you want to go and learn it your own and make your mistakes, do it. Because honestly, it'll probably make you a better person in the long run, but you're going to lose a crap ton of money. I think I lost like $70,000 learning how to do this because I kept making mistakes. But if you can't make your money back, if you can't make your $495 back in 7 months, email me. I will give you a free $500 coaching session for 1 hour. And we're going to figure out what's going wrong because you're clearly doing something. You're not following the plan. If you can't make your $500 back, this is all I want. I don't want this to be a burden. $500 sounds like a lot. It's not when you can make $500 a week. If I said, pay me 10 grand and I'll make you $10,000 a week for the rest of your life, would you do it? Yeah. Who wouldn't do that? That's 1,000,000% return on your investment. I'm saying spend the $495 and I'll teach you how to make $500 a week or more. I don't know what else you want in the markets. And I'm only saying this, I'm only on this tangent because everyone wrote in there. I think I had 3 or 4 people. It's like, my problem in the markets are I know how to trade like a strategy. I just don't know how to. I can't get I'm not perfectly correct on the direction of the market. And I was like, do I have a solution for you? Kevin, it's $4.95 for a long time. I don't think I'm going to change that price for a while. It will go up eventually. This class should be $10,000, but I'm doing $4.95. It's just the cost of making the class. We had crazy professional editors come through to make it professional, easy to watch. They broke it all down in bookmarks. Can we have a discount in your masterclass? A discount for what? Alex. Someone asked to post the link again. There you go. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm in all panelists and attendees. Sorry. I put it on everyone. I make that classic mistake every time. There's a link. Again, if you guys want it, if you're not impressed, if you don't like this, if you're like, this is stupid, I'll give you your money back. Like, I don't care about the money. My passion is to change people's lives. I want you to become successful. I want you, Alex, my class should be $10,000. It's $500. So eventually that class will be $10,000. I'm not going to go any lower than that. If I can make you $500 a week, I feel like that's a good deal. That's pretty much cost to make that stupid thing. So I'm selling it to you at cost. What it costs me to run this thing, keep it live, and to pay editors and the indicators to stay current and the scanners, everything that we're doing, right? By the way, the indicator was donated. I gave him I gave him some coaching sessions, but Gareth created that scanner. I paid for the indicator to be done, by the way, and I keep that up to date. But the scanner was from an awesome real life trader who had great skills and also has the desire to bless people's lives. And he helped create that. So Gareth, all the power, shout out to you. If you're watching this YouTube video, if you're here, I love you, man. Thank you for joining in my mission to help change people's lives, because that's all I want, my friends. I want to help change your life. That's my passion. I helped 100 people do it last year. My goal is to help 4,000 people do it this year. Jump on it, my friends. Just quit worrying about how much it's going to cost and start thinking about how much money it's costing you by not making $500 a week for the rest of your life, right? I love you all. Thank you for being here with this free week. Come join us at Real Life Trading. If you're like, man, this Tony guy just is, I see that he's trying to give value. I really am. Why do you think I'm with Real Life Trading? Because that's their mission. I met Jerremy in person here in Park City, and I was like, literally him and I both at the same time were like, we need to work together. Immediately our missions align. The whole reason he built Real Life Trading is because he's tired of people not getting actual knowledge from education from trading. Everyone out there is just trying to go like, oh, just do this and you'll be a millionaire. It's like, no. I didn't sell you this thing and saying, hey, you'll make $5 million next month with a $300 trading account. That's not what I said. Expect 10% a month. You can do more than that. I do more than that. I do 10% a week, but that's me. And I've been trading spreads for years, right? I'm not trying to sell you on this like, you'll be a millionaire tomorrow. That's not what I'm doing. I'm giving you realistic expectations, but that's really what that strategy will give you. If $500 a week will change your life, done, right? I got to get the heck off, but come join us at Real Life Trading. I would still be driving a truck if I did not join Real Life Trading. That is the truth. I would not have been able to do this on my own. Meeting Jerremy is the reason why I'm still here. And then partnering with Jerremy is the reason why I get the joy of helping people. I get emails literally every week of like, Tony, I can't tell you what it means to finally have financial freedom. I got out of debt in 3 months when I thought it would take me 15 years. Like, that's why I'm doing this, because I'm a walking example that your life can change from trading the stock market. And this is how I did it. So, my friends, thank you for hanging out with me in Real Life Trading for the free week. We'll have it again, I think, in the fall. But invest in yourself, learn about the markets. There's so much great information on YouTube under Real Life Trading, hundreds of videos. They're all for free. Emily says, for those of you who aren't aware, you can get a discount only this week. What? Stop it. Only this week you get this discount. Dang. Take advantage of this, my friends. The link is in the chat pane. Until Monday. Cool. I had a blast. We will see you guys later. If you have any questions, email me, Tony@reallifetrading.com. TONY@reallifetrading.com. We'll see you guys.